Hey, so we're actually starting. I personally blame myself. I woke up 13 minutes before I had to stream. I have no idea what this game is, other than the fact that it's one of those stubborn games. So you may notice the resolution is slightly weird. Part of the reason that the resolution is so weird is because on my screen, and I'm going to try and describe this appropriately. This is the size of my window right here. This is how big it is. So this is what I'm playing from. You're probably thinking, well, just make it larger. I can't. Any attempt to change the resolution puts it into full screen mode. So I'm like, okay, fine. I'll live with the tiny postage stand. So I go ahead, pull it in here, and you'll notice it's wrong. And that's because it is a 16 by 10 game. And I can't change it out of 16 by 10. So that's why we're doing this weird thing here, because it won't fit in that space, which is a 16 by 9 space under normal circumstances. So, whatever, as they say. New game. The program was a failure. People forget this. It was a massive flop. Coders started adding name strings to the AIs as a joke. Thomas AT23612 wasn't just special, it was just an AI at the right place at the right time.
Thomas was alone. Wow, a weird first thought to have.
There's got to be a way to increase this. Hang on. Of course you didn't, Disco. Why would you have a tech issue that I have had? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm wrong. It's not 16 by 10. It's 18 by 9. Hang on. Hang on a sec. Yep. Seriously? That's as... Yep. This is just our life for the moment. What are you doing? What? Okay, I don't know what you were seeing there. Obviously, it automatically went to, yes, I guess it is Blade 12. It automatically went to full screen mode. So I have no idea what you were saying. But, so just to explain this, I'm on screen resolution. I'm limited by up, down, left, right on the arrow keys. No problem, I can get used to that. So I go ahead and I hit right and left. Okay, cool. Right switches it back and forth between 720, 576, and 720, 480. And it would not move. Just hitting right constantly went back and forth between those two. If I hit left, then it would revert to 2560 by 1600. And now nothing's happening at all. Well, cow's tongue is gross to me because of texture era, and mayo makes me want to vomit. So, believe it or not, no, I haven't decided to induce vomiting in myself. Okay. One moment here. Apparently this game has won an award. For worst options? Sorry. That's actually exactly what I was just looking at. Disco. The PC Gaming Wiki has been helpful for me for a lot of these games. So I tend to default there as my first stop when I have any kind of issues. They didn't have the issue, they're the answer I wanted, but that's okay, that's okay. Why would you say, okay. Like, I wouldn't care so much, but if there's going to be text I have to read, it'd be nice to not kill my eyes trying to read it, you know? I'm curious how this runs on the Switch, because this game's actually on the Switch, too. Nope, that's still super duper duper tiny. Like, I can you read that text? Because I kinda can't. Like, I know that that says resume new game, scenario something, settings, credits, and exit. But that is terrible. Yeah, I think it says select. Thank you, Rex, very much for the sub. As always, I will jot that down for what I've already jotted it down for. It was Axiom Verge, Tunic, and Mother 3. All right. We're just gonna live with it.
Thomas was alone. Wow, a weird first thought to have.
We're just gonna live without text. That's just gonna be our lives now. No, this is actually a Warhammer game. What the crap?
Thomas decided to start listing his observations for posterity. 1. The whole alone thing. 2. Portals. They led somewhere. He'd yet to work out where. 3. Falling. Thomas was absolutely fantastic at falling. He was almost as good at falling as he was at observing.
Hang on. I hate to disagree with you here, Bamber. But no, I can't. I am incapable of grabbing that. Like, to explain this, because I'm probably not being very clear about this. There's no window. It's functionally a borderless window right now, which means there's nothing to grab. And I've tried being very precise about that to see if the icon just isn't showing up. But no, I cannot grab the edge of that window. No, no, no. It's okay. This game deserves a negative for bad options. It should get a negative for bad options. Like, it runs better on a different console is not a very good defense, to be completely blunt. Like, I can... And what's funny is there's no windowed full screen option, which is even funnier. Wait, Pillow donated? When did Pillow donate? Pillow did donate $1. Okay, so, in the future, do me a favor and don't donate for $1 unless you, like, really... Like, I'd almost rather you not donate at all. Because the way PayPal works is I'm going to get, like, 20 cents out of that. So, just FYI for the future. Either way, thank you for the 20 cents. I will jot that down for... Well, I will hypothetically jot it down for something, because that sounds like a we'll check it later. Do you have a backup option? No, Twitch bits are worse because they charge you. I'd rather get 20 cents than you pay $2.50. $1.50. Actually, I guess it'd be $1.75. Whatever, you get the point. Age of Wonders 1? What's the name? What's the actual name of the game? And thank you, ISE, for the sub. If you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Age of Wonders, first game. I'm just going to put that in caps. We'll figure it out later. Okay. I have a random question. Can anyone tell me right now what the back button is? Like to, you know, like you go, in programming terms, it's tunnel down or drill down sometimes, and then tunnel up, right? That's how it's called. Like enter and escape are kind of the universal tunnel down, tunnel up in Windows. Unlike the PlayStation, tunnel down is usually X and tunnel up is usually circle. On Nintendo consoles, tunnel down is usually A and tunnel up is usually B. It's pretty normal. There's usually a universal down and up. So I've already tried escape several times. It's obviously not. We tried backspace. That's what the mouse does. I don't think it actually acknowledges my mouse exists. So yeah, near as I can tell, you can put that towards the orbital, yes. And up to 2 other things. Wouldn't an Age of Wonders block be like a month and a half of streaming? So no, there is no back button, near as I can tell. There is that. Warcraft 1. Oh yeah, I should update the HUD. Because we're already here. There we go. That is something I will definitely debate as a negative.
Thomas decided to start listing his observations for posterity. 1. The whole alone thing. 2. Portals. They led somewhere. He'd yet to work out where. 3. Falling. Thomas was absolutely fantastic at falling. He was almost as good at falling as he was at observing.
just to be very clear about this, I hate to interrupt this yet again. Hopefully this will be the last interruption. Here's the deal, Pillow Willow. PayPal charges the least amount of any donation method by far. So I usually plug PayPal over everything else, over Twitch, which takes 50% or 27%, Patreon, which takes 15%, and that's kind of it at this point. PayPal takes like 1.2%. The problem is PayPal also charges a flat rate on every transaction. So they take, you know, a couple of pennies off of that dollar, but then they also charge, like, I think it's 50 cents or something. I forget the exact number. Does that make sense? So the smaller the donation, the more that's an issue. Does that make sense? That's why I mentioned all that. Don't apologize, I'm just informing. It's actually a relatively recent change that only went into account, I believe, about a year and a half ago.
Okay, interesting. Thomas couldn't fall past this block. Think, damn it, think. What if there was some kind of inverted fall? Some way to... what's the word? Jump. It worked! Thomas had solved the great inverted fall mystery. A big jump. But Thomas noted there was no real danger in missing it. The world didn't want him to fail here. It was pushing him, but gently.
Also, I'm going to comment on something really quick. Some of you may or may not have heard me talk about brickwork and its all-important aspect to storytelling. In fact, I paused during the middle of the Spyro review to give a whole speech about this, and several people asked me a question. And they said, hey, Lore, what's an example of a game without brickwork? You're looking at one. This is what an absence of brickwork actually looks like. We are playing a square, bouncing around a bunch of squares. There is no brickwork. Sense make? That is very unresponsive.
This all seemed a little dangerous. The world was not to be trusted. It was unstable, and it seemed to Thomas that it could let him down at any moment.
Oh, it's not a negative.
It might even be doing so on purpose. Paranoia.
It's not a negative. Well, it's not necessarily a negative. Everything is debatable based on the individual circumstance. But it is definitely not a positive. This is why Mega Man 2 has a story plus for brickwork, and this does not. We die.
This all seemed a little dangerous. The world was not to be trusted. It was unstable, and it seemed to Thomas that it could let him down at any moment.
Just nuked Mandalore from orbit, Zektev. Thank you, Dark Day. As always, and if you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please. You know.
Thomas wondered whether the portals were actually taking him anywhere. He felt like he was making progress, but there wasn't really any way to know. He seemed to be moving predominantly up and to the right, which might, or might not, be important. Might have been paranoia again, but Thomas could have sworn the world was becoming more complicated. It always seemed to be one step ahead of his skills.
Right, I should pause the game again here. Sorry. I know that it's... Actually, you know what? I'm probably the only one who's irritated by a game pausing when I alt-tab it. An example of bad brickwork? So... I don't want to answer that, Blow Alex, because it's going to be the early 3D stuff. You know, N64 stuff. But Secrets of the Stars. That is a game that has legitimately bad brickwork. In fact, it's probably the worst brickwork I've ever seen. That was a SNES game. There's also a surprisingly large catalog of NES games, which have really bad brickwork. Like, I'd praise some NES games because they're legit, but those are the good NES games, right? Yeah, there's a 40-minute, rant about brickwork in the Secret of the Stars highlight reel. Because there was a lot to talk about. Thomas was alone. Here it is. So I completely spaced amongst all my technical issues to say thank you to Disco Inferno, Robostal, Dopefish, Peznator, the person who put this game on the list, which was Ciela, and our majority shareholder by a colossal amount, Alex Korbianiki. Thank you, all of you, very, very much for making sure that I can keep doing things like being able to buy my niece fruit every Sunday. I agree with that, Blue Felix. It's where my mind jumps to first, and it really shouldn't be, because the NES example I just gave is probably a much better example.
It had been designed just for him. He wondered why. Was the world testing him? No. Too obvious.
So I figured I'll go ahead and grab my controller, right? See how it plays. So this is me hitting the right button. And this is me hitting the left button. No, it was working. It's just, it wants me to use the analog. Just gonna walk away from that. So, first 3D game where I actually enjoyed the brickwork.
Something about the boiling, toxic, glowing water intimidated Thomas. He didn't like it. He certainly didn't want to swim in it. He made another mental note. 4. Water. Not good. To be avoided.
Honestly, Star Fox 64 is probably the first game where I really started appreciating the brickwork in it. It's either that or Ocarina, one of the two. And Ocarina has some blurry brickwork, but it's still well designed.
The loneliness was getting to Thomas. No amount of observation or obsessive note-taking could combat that.
I mean, obviously, you're. Then again, I'm one of those weirdos who actually prefers the 3DS versions.
Thomas had a new theory. The world was training him. He could feel himself getting smarter. There was the mental list to consider. Over the minutes and seconds since his spontaneous generation, he'd become a pretty skilled jumper. He was evolving. He just wished he had someone to share it with.
Listen, I don't know if you saw the title, buddy. I submitted hundreds of bug reports. I told the idiot this would happen. Overlapping scripts. More than one AI bound to being spawned in a room at some point. Turns out I missed the point. A little error changed everything.
Chris took an immediate and deep dislike to the skinny red rectangle. Who the hell did this Thomas think he was?
I can't read that. Hang on. I cannot read that. I'm sorry. Give me a second. Can't access the settings. Nope, that didn't help. That didn't help at all. QEL, thank you.
Chris had been doing fine. He wasn't the highest jumper, but he'd held his own. He'd even been graceful at times. Well, not actually. Not
What?
technically graceful. It's probably
What?
the wrong word, but you know, fine.
How did...
There was that
What?
skinny little runt leaping about like he owned the place.
It's no longer in 2x1 or 18x9. Oh my god. No, damn, oh, I was so excited for half a second. I thought I could change the menu size. I thought I could change the window size. I've got my notepad right behind it, and so the new size shuffled it over so it was right next to the notepad's edge of screen, and I saw the drag. I was like, oh, I could change it. No, I cannot. Okay. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna do this, which is gonna default us to full screen. I'm gonna do this, and that should be back to normal. Yep, there we go. Okay, resume, please.
Chris had been doing fine. He wasn't the highest jumper, but he'd held his own. He'd even been graceful at times. Well, not actually. Not technically graceful. It's probably the wrong word, but you know, fine. There was that skinny little runt leaping about like he owned the place.
Okay. Yeah, I figured this would just be a one-shift game, but at this point, who frickin' knows? All bets are off. Also, yeah, Thomas is no longer alone. That didn't take long. -20 to story. Lying premise.
Okay, this was more like it. A glowy white thing. Only Chris could get to it, which of course made it all the more enticing. What would it do? What new opportunity might this switch open up to him? Great. Another chance for Thomas to jump slightly higher than Chris. How fortunate. Seriously, this made the whole switch pressing thing entirely worthwhile.
No. Crazy horse.
Good? Because on the surface, it did not seem good. Chris was pretty scared. Little Red seemed fine, happy to be on his merry little adventure.
I don't mean to discredit you so much, Crazy Horse, but you're extremely wrong about everything forever. All right, there we go. Got the toxic out. Thank you, Ciela, very, very much. It would depend on the kid is actually going to be my real answer to you. I, for example, introduced my niece to platformer games with Super Mario World. Now, she wasn't super into that, but it was a perfect way to get her accustomed to what a platformer is and frankly what a video game was, between the visuals and the audio and the fact that that's one of the best tutorialized games ever made. She didn't have to have anything explained to her whatsoever. She just fell right into it, right?
Chris couldn't shake the feeling that things had taken a significant turn for the worse since Thomas had joined him. Sure, he'd been able to piggyback his way to ever so slightly higher platforms, but where had that got him? Well, to ever so slightly higher platforms, which was sort of his point.
One thing I'm known for, it's being a colossal moron. You know one of the first platformer games that my niece and I actually play together? Can you guess it? Because you can't. I've already given you one big hint. It was full co-op, because I was playing it with her. VVVVVVV has co-op? Portal's not really what I'd call a platformer, but...
Chris stared at Thomas with pure hatred. He seemed so very happy at their situation. Friends together, a brave fellowship of quadrilaterals on a quest for greatness. That would be fine. But it was all the obvious observation that Thomas was doing which grated. Every time they saw something vaguely new, Chris would hear a satisfied little from the vaulting idiot. He hoped the next portal would split them up, if only for a few levels.
Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze, by the way. I actually have Woo with me, my niece, my sister, and my brother-in-law. It is a great co-op game, I agree. It's a game I've had to really convince people to play because the name has made people going, It's like, no, really. It's a great game. Trust me.
John knew. He knew that this was his chance. A moment to shine. This was game day. This would not do. John needed room to show off his exceptional skills. As it was, he was trapped on the wrong side of these little dot things. Where did they come from, anyway? John inhaled the air of the open space, and it smelled of awesome. Time to flex those muscles, to put his training to use, time to show those little dots how it was done.
Whee! Sorry.
John decided to press the switch to let the little dots catch up with him. John cared for his new allies. You could tell from the sympathetic expression he'd practiced in the mirror all these years.
Wouldn't be a YouTube review without suicide. Oh, I forgot to check if they bleeped fascism again. We'll just get that fascism in there again to see if they do that again. Hey YouTube, fascism is bad. Okay, we're done. Fascism and COVID-19 are bad. We're going for a trifecta here. I mean, I don't think it's going to score particularly well on the gameplay axis, Crazy Horse, but we'll see. Actually, I'm curious. So that obviously isn't going to work. I can tell that in 5 seconds. Ah, yes. I'm not going to say that out loud either, Dr. Witcher, but I am aware of what you're talking about. Yeah, we did this music first because it was the least likely one to work. It's usually how we do things. I'll let it play like through one song, but I don't think this works already. We have to at least hear narration for this. Of course, then I get a level that has no narration, because that's just my life now.
John was happy to keep helping. He felt it was important to his image that he was seen to help the little guys.
man. It's error, error. This is what the Adeptus Mechanicus actually goes through in order to train themselves. Oh, you totally could. These controls are kind of terrible, Crazy Horse. No offense. They are, in fact, old PC game controls.
He didn't mind them so much either. The red one, Thomas, had a charming way of applauding every time John jumped.
Well, I would get old. Like, have you played any of the old PC platformers? You know, there's just that sort of imprecision to how they move. Because arrow keys and spacebar. Well, that's what I'm wrestling with. There we go. I mean, yeah, Commander Keen, or about a dozen games I couldn't even tell you the names of because they're that, forgettable. Honestly, even if I named them, I doubt you'd have heard of them. I've only played them because I used to play a lot of shareware games back in the day.
Angry Orange one was less immediately likable, but his unremitting cynicism and tutting amused John.
I hear that's why people like British people in general. That charming cynicism. Really? Come on, you can totally make that jump. Okay, fine. Oh god, Duke Nukem. That game used to throw me so hard, and it took me years to understand it was because...
A floating target. This would require coordination, balance, and timing.
It would take me years to realize that the reason
Was sure the dot.
Duke Nukem threw me so hard was because of the fact that you're not actually moving in that game. The level is moving around you. And so you stay absolutely centered in the screen. And that always threw me every time I would play that game.
Dots would be lost, but he was happy to guide them to triumph.
It literally did. You got it, Brigwin. I'll put that towards the Purple Heart. Lord knows I've probably earned one of those by now.
Maybe that's what the dots were for. They were there to extend John's reach, to make his performance even more impressive. John liked the thought. He decided to keep them.
There's also a bit of an input buffering going on, which you literally just saw in action. In case you didn't catch that, I fell off the ledge, landed, and then jumped. That's input buffering in a nutshell. The initial group possessed simple variations in size and strength. More complex configurations were inevitable. As the error spread, these variations became increasingly extreme. No.
So, this was how Claire would die. She knew it would happen eventually. She was rubbish at jumping, and she moved slowly. She felt a little like her continued existence was breaking some kind of natural order. The crumbling pillar was a dramatic death, she supposed.
Ready?
Wait. What? Claire couldn't shake the feeling that she was not, in fact, dead. It was at that moment that Claire realized she had superpowers.
Octopath was before the Oblivion line, yes. Thank you, Bregman. So obviously Mechanicus doesn't work. Bregman's putting that towards the Messenger, the Zelda block, and Invisible Ink. Sure, we'll do the Doom test with it. Why not? Why not? That's the other one that's not going to work, so might as well get that out of the way. Make sure the volume's right. Volume is at max. We don't want that. We don't want that. Let's turn that down. Let's turn that down. Okay. Come on. Let's do it!
She'd need a cape. There's no getting around that. You couldn't be a superhero without a cape. Claire didn't want confusion. If you saw a cape, that made matters clear. You knew what you were dealing with. Claire was all about communication. And, you know, floating in water, which was her superpower.
See you around, Blue Fellas. Oh yeah, I'm into jumping now. Yeah! So anyways, no, input buffering actually has nothing to do with latency, believe it or not. There is a little bit of latency, but no, input buffering is, let me use a random example. Let's say I'm moving, and I hit the jump button, but the game doesn't acknowledge me hitting the jump button when I hit the jump button. Instead, what it does is it puts it in the queue. And you think of the queue as like a list of actions that need to be performed in order, right? So there's now a jump queued, but that action cannot happen until the current action resolves, which in this case was me falling to the ground. So I try to hit jump, it's in the queue, doesn't work, because I'm in the middle of the air, I land, then the jump fires. That's input buffering. It's a very important thing for various programming reasons. Alright, we got this. Where's Claire?
Fear not, my skinny friends, for I am Claire, and I will save you.
Oh, there she is.
Claire needed to come up with a superhero name as soon as possible. Claire was rubbish.
I don't know if I agree with that. Claire's a pretty cool name. Oh, right. really jumping.
Claire arrived just in time, which was, of course, the perfect moment for superheroes to arrive.
I got you, Claire. I got you, Claire! Okay, this obviously doesn't work either. Let me get rid of that. Oh, no.
As the water began to rise, Claire vowed to save this little rectangle in as many restarts as it took.
That's not... okay. No, yes, and yes, respectively, Darkrai. Well, actually, yes, no, yes, and no, respectively, excuse me. Okay, so Mechanicus didn't work, Doom didn't work. Obviously, we all kind of figured that. Let's try this one.
Claire wondered if Thomas would make a good sidekick. Or was she more the lone Avenger type? She liked that. The sole hero in a world of rectangles and conveniently placed pools of toxic water.
Papers, Please was a game we started streaming and we failed to continue streaming. That's how I'm going to put that. Like, that game was way too depressing for me to deal with. Probably not, Jay Palmer. That might be before we were keeping VODs.
The others told Claire that staircases were a bit of a fixture here. Claire wondered why the world made it so difficult.
Mind. Yes! Yes! Oh no, Chris is totally dead weight. We should kill him. You know, make the herd stronger. Yeah, that, like I said, we had to try the ones we knew weren't going to work first, Crazy North. Stellaris is probably going to fit this one. It's Stellaris. It's a good chill song in general. It's okay. Chris is really strong, as you can see. Listen, it's not murder if I force them to commit suicide. Wait, let me think about that sentence. I would actually agree. I'm not sure why that's controversial, Fun Falkenstein. I'm gonna say something controversial. Kittens are cute. Don't at me.
Claire probably needed a nemesis, a villain who would show their true colours at the worst possible moment, hurting all she held dear. Chris was the most obvious choice. He seemed stroppy enough, and his jump was so pathetic that it conveniently avoided Claire's insecurities. Yes, Chris. Diabolical Chris. The fiendish Christopher.
Minute. You know what's actually funny to me is I actually have quite a few British viewers. It is my third highest viewed country these days. Shoot. Which is why I feel so comfortable constantly making fun of British people. Like, come on. That's what friends are for. Yeah, US and Canada are the top two. Can anyone guess the fourth one? Thank you, Zillier. Zillier SG. Much appreciate. Lithuania. No. Romania. Still no. Croatia! But no. China. Actually, I have 0 Chinese viewers according to my metrics. I checked that once. I don't know how true that is. I'm putting that towards the RTS block, Dragon Quest V, and the Pixel Remasters. Thank you. Antarctica! You got it. No, it's actually the Vatican. The Vatican loves watching me.
Wait. Where had Chris gone? Was he off somewhere? Plotting Claire's downfall?
Yes.
If Claire was honest, and she had to be because she was a superhero, this was a troubling turn of events.
No, Chris has truly given in.
There were reasonably sized bodies of water to cross.
I don't know if I'd call these reasonable, but that's okay. No, that's why I was amused, because usually I have at least one viewer tick on, like, every, country. The fact that I literally have 0 on China pretty much proves that that's a false statistic. Actual 0? Come on. I tried South Africa once, and I had viewers down there. Oh yeah, I also have 0 from North Korea, but duh. I have several from South Korea. I don't think I've checked Morocco, so I don't know about that. It was me, Crazy Norse. The answer's Germany, by the way.
Moving platforms over water, eh? Claire's newly heightened senses told her that there were multiple paths across with various possible configurations of the little posse.
Now, can you guess the number 5 slot? Because that's one that surprised me a bit. I do have quite a few Australian viewers, but no. Japan, Switzerland, Bangladesh.
They were doing really well. Claire hoped she could get them all across. John was fully aware he could do this alone. Thomas hoped he'd never have to.
It's okay, Thomas is not alone. We've been lied to! I'm a little surprised no one's guessed this one. It is Poland.
Claire was alone, which was odd, because she wasn't meant to be alone. She needed to be where there were rectangles to save. Being the only superhero in a given space kind of defeats the object. Spikes? That was new. Claire avoided them. She decided they were most likely her kryptonite. Not the rubbish red kryptonite either, the proper radioactive green stuff.
Okay. Lol. Stop saying comet at the end of every stage. That's weird.
Wow. Deja vu. The world was repeating. And this time Thomas was here. Claire felt something had gone wrong. There was a disturbance in the force. Something had altered the matrix. The world was reacting to their progress. It was amassing its forces. It was plotting against them.
The world's always plotting against me.
Finally had a nemesis.
Yep, that's right. Just like every real superhero in real life, the nemesis is the world. I mean, why do you think I changed gravity in the X stand, J. Palmer? That's true. Gaia was a villain of many in that series. Why does that keep doing that? We made gravity... Oh, God, I don't remember the mathematical terms right now. I had to do a lot of research on this, but we made it so that... Why does it keep doing that? You're seeing that, right? Like, it's pushing me off, and while I'm being pushed off... There we go. I can't jump. It was very strange. I changed it so that gravity is a constant as opposed to a variable. I don't know what that's properly called, but I looked it up back then. In other words, you're either generating sufficient gravity or you are not. There's no such thing as an increasing amount of gravity. More mass. Like a car, that's a bad example. A Star Destroyer would have the same amount of gravity generation as, say, a planet. I built protections into the system. When overlaps occurred, the world generated a splitter to remove unwanted additionals. It's like a white blood cell. It investigates, captures, and removes it from play. I forget, Primarch. I really did do my homework on this at one point, but it's been a minute.
Laura was pleased this one was behind a wall. Maybe he'd never know what she could do. Maybe they could just have a conversation. Hang out.
With Chris?
He didn't find out what she could do. Which would never happen so long as they stayed separate.
Why does it keep doing that at the end of every stage? It's necessary, though, von Falkenstein.
Laura didn't have time to worry about the ominous pixel cloud. It had been following her for some time, and it had kept itself to itself until now. More important was the little orange thing, which was looking at her in a way that she kind of, well, liked.
Yeah, do you see it? You hearing that? It's been doing that every single stage. It's just varying amounts of duration.
Shyly introduced himself as Chris, bounced atop Laura. She began to worry that he was just using her like all the others had. They'd all bounced too, and then they disappeared when her back was turned. Only the ominous pixel cloud ever remained, looking a little bigger and a little less hungry with every disappearing friend.
You hear how it only lasts for the beginning of the k. in that sound just now? Thank you, Sakage. I will put that towards God of War 5.
With every bounce, Laura found herself less and less irritated by Chris. She started to miss him when he wasn't there, on another platform or something.
Well, so far the gameplay is kind of terrible. It controls badly. Its inputs are bad. It's got a bit of the imprecise problem. There are physicsy issues like I just demonstrated 5 seconds ago.
What he was up to? Was he missing her? He wasn't saying very much.
Yeah, it does control a lot like an older PC game. It says com every time I end a level.
Chris was in love. She was perfect. He had to tell her so. At some point, he would definitely tell her. Probably best to wait for a moment the large, ominous pixel cloud wasn't about, though. Yeah, probably best to wait.
Negative to story. Love. Thank you, Pancakes. I do always appreciate. And I'll put that towards Lords of Magic, the Dragon Age block, and Dragon's Dogma. Excuse me. That's true. It's not a Romance of the Week. It took several levels, several episodes. So what did the update change? Out of curiosity. Oh yeah, here, let's turn the music back on. See if it's still doing the same thing. Come on. Well, that's love for you. Fine. When did this game come out anyways? I hadn't heard about it until it was added to the list. Oh, wow. 11 years ago.
Chris was massively disappointed to run into the gang again. He'd enjoyed the alone time with his new girlfriend.
You haven't even... Okay. Wait, is this a metaphor for cheating now, since all of them are bouncing on Claire? Or no, that's not Claire, that's... I can't remember her name. Her. What is this, Simpsons, Crazy Horse? She's not my girlfriend, she's just a girl who happens to be my friend. Thank you, Luthor. If you know what you want to put that towards, please let me know.
Was it too early to refer to Laura as his girlfriend? Only if I say it out loud, he told himself. He didn't want to scare her off.
Alright, Chris. We need to talk about a few things, I think, buddy. Let's talk about protocol. Oh, interesting. Alright. I need all of them, Crazy Horse. All of them! This is secretly a Pokemon game. Sorry, everyone. Bait and switch. It was always Pokemon. Drop her in the water in front of Chris.
The others seemed suspicious of Laura, and the eager-looking pixel cloud of death which seemed to be watching her. Sure, they'd use her inherent bounciness to reach slightly higher jump points, but they wouldn't strike up a conversation with her. Chris found them rude.
Listen, there's no think like
What
overthink.
was there?
Besides, I have never claimed to be good at puzzle games. Not once in my entire life. You give me a Zelda puzzle, I can figure that out. You give me a puzzle, I'll stare at it blindly for years. Come on. I can do this. Remember when we streamed, what was the name of that game? No, we played like 8 hours of Cathay. Talos Principle, thank you. I could not think of the name of that game to save my life. Yes, Talos Principle. I hate to ask you this, Huthor, but which WoW?
The others wouldn't drop it. Who's that cloud guy? Why is he following us? What's that rumbling hungry sound he keeps making? Chris, can we just leave Laura behind? Rude.
Very rude. You don't speak that way to my girlfriend. What's a girlfriend? Look. It's something you wouldn't understand. She's just so... See. I can't even finish the joke. Oh god, oh god, oh god. No, wait! God damn it. Well, I gotta write down Luthor's donation anyways. Wow, the good stuff. And other stuff. Dark Tide, there it is. And Jedi Survivor. Okay. I mean, if you think about it, Huthor is kind of like my Nemesis. So it tracks. We'll deal with the Chris over here. Damn it, this freaking game. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. I sure hope so, Triaxia. It does not like it when I physics a bit. Yeah, I'm just really looking forward to playing Mega Man Legends again. What can I say? There's nothing I like more than reviewing a game badly that people like. This is what we refer to as sarcasm, by the way. I mean, platformers are arguably my favorite genre of game. I'll make of that what you will. I mean, I guess I should say over genre, or umbrella genre, or whatever you want to call that. Oh my god. Come on! Ah! Hi. I'm not even gonna question that. We did do Mega Man Legends 1 pretty recently, actually. The second one got funded a lot faster than I thought. It's actually the second one and the third one is what got funded. See you around, J. Palmer. Correct, Cycloud. It's Mega Man Legends 2 and The Misadventures of Trombone, aka Mega Man Legends 3. Me neither. I've never played either of them. I look forward to just kind of not having a good time with them. Like I said, beloved classics tend to make for the worst reviews. Why didn't you jump? Listen, if it makes you feel any better, Cycloud, apparently Capcom is allergic to putting out any Mega Man game since, you know... When did Mega Man 11 come out again? The most unwelcome focus on platforming when the game itself isn't a platformer. So... My knee-jerk answer to that is ice physics. And you're probably thinking, ah, of course, but that's not what I mean. At all. Half-Life. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, well, that's awesome. But for those of you who do, there's this thing in Half-Life. In Half-Life, you move like you're rolling around on roller skates on a bunch of soap. And that's what I'm referring to. You probably know what I'm talking about if you've played any of those kind of games, because there's several that have that problem. It's not actually ice physics, but it feels like the entire game has ice physics, right? And of course, there is platforming in Half-Life, and a lot of games like that. Claire! Claire's the best. Hey, Tim. Welcome to the jungle. Oh, if it's not obvious, we're back to in-game music, if the nature of it didn't give it away. Oh yeah, then there's platforming in Souls games.
Laura liked her new gang. She liked Chris. She liked having friends. These ones seem to be sticking around too. Not like those losers from before.
Okay, that was a little strange. Too much, Yura. Because the answer to that question should be none. Now, this is going to be very shocking, but Huthor and I disagree on something. I know. This is why he's my nemesis.
Laura liked her new gang. She liked Chris. She liked having friends. These ones seem to be sticking around too. Not like those losers from before.
Physics! Oh, that would be awful, Crazy Norse. Oh, that would be terrible. I'd just be a normal streamer at that point. You know what irritates me, Crazy Norse? Every now and again, I've had someone who disagrees with me on the comments section, and in order to express their disagreements, rather than saying, I disagree and here's why, ... What we get instead is, it's weird just how much the entire chat is nothing but an echo chamber who constantly agrees with Lore about everything. All nodding their heads like a bunch of robots to everything he says. Which is extraordinarily provably fundamentally wrong, and also just a wonderful way to try to make your point, right? I mean, if you think about it from a fundamental level, if everyone thinks A and you think B, and that's your argument?
Laura liked her new gang. She liked Chris.
Perfect,
She liked
Jay.
having friends. These ones seem to be sticking around too. Not like those losers from before.
Thomas is the red one. Excuse me, the orange one. You are never allowed to like anything ever, Cycloud. So saith the streamer. I mean, you're not exactly the only person who disagrees with me about everything, Uthor. Laura liked these ones.
She liked Chris. She liked having friends. These ones seem to be sticking around too. Not like those losers from before.
That's true. I don't like Dark Souls. I've played almost all of them at this point. The only one I haven't played is Demon Souls. Laura liked Chris.
She liked
her new
Chris.
game.
She liked having friends. These ones seem to be sticking
What the hell's a
around.
friend? Can anyone explain that one to me?
Those losers from before.
What was it, Crazy Norris? Do you remember? Also, viewers change my opinion on stuff all the time. That's actually pretty common. I have agreed with the debate and discourse more often than I have not. It's pretty rare that I put my foot down on something. Like giving a negative to Dragon Age Origins for spiders. Which I still stand behind, by the way. Yeah. So hold on. Obviously, Chris is Toad. And yellow, which I've already forgotten his name, I think it was John, is Luigi. And orange is Thomas, is Mario. But which one of these two is Peach? That's true, we do violently agree on that, Sean. I can't wait for the Shantae block, legit. Oh, okay. That's not what I... Okay. But hey, Luigi.
It was getting closer. It was spending more and more time hovering around. Laura could tell it was making the others uncomfortable.
Look, it's just a death cloud that everyone has actually described as a death cloud. You worry too much. Yeah, I was thinking Claire because she floats. But then again, the thing that really makes Peach so useful is her utility. So I was thinking maybe it would actually be better to define... Yep. This one, whose name I've already forgotten, as Peach. Since she's kind of the utility one, right? I can make it. Hang on. Listen, whatever her name is, she's worthless and terrible. That's all I'm saying. I have a big grudge against her. Because of the fact that every time I try to use voice to text, the phone thinks I'm saying Laura instead of Lore. That's clearly her fault, and definitely not anything else's. Ugh, okay, you go down here. It's not very difficult, it's just extremely frustrating, Crazy Norse. There's something I've talked about before. It's that moment when you know you've made a mistake in a game, right? I have had very few of those moments in this game, and you're probably thinking, but you've been screwing up constantly. Yeah, but not because I made a mistake. No simulation can support too many entities. At a certain point, something has to give. If Thomas hadn't possessed those exact personality traits, it's likely the story would have ended there. We'd still be in business.
Thomas did not like the cloud. He'd long since stopped listing his observations, but he instinctively observed that this thing was bad. And he'd been right about the water.
That's true. He'd been right once, and therefore, he will always be right forever. That's how that works, right? That's okay. Not even gonna question that. That's right. His name, Thomas Janeway. I am 100% sure we can currently have the in-game soundtrack playing. It is quite obvious. Damn it, Cycloud! No! No! Why? Why do you want me to suffer? Okay, here's an extremely random comment of the day. Has anyone ever played that packing game that I can't think of the name of right now? You have to, like, you play a mover company and you have to pack all of the people's stuff as quickly as possible and do challenges while you're doing it. Oh, I thought he was gonna die. Nope, this is when I alt-tab. There is no other music playing, Disco. Thank you for being part of the show, Cycloud. And for disagreeing with me. Mega Man Battle Network. It's a surprisingly fun game. Me and my niece like to play it and just be ridiculous rather than try to succeed. Moving out, that's it. Rather than trying to succeed. Like, you could play it seriously, and it's actually a very challenging game. Or, you could play it and just screw around. One of the moving scenarios is you're in a plane, and you have to get all the stuff out of the plane into a truck, which is driving alongside the plane. And so naturally, the truck is all over the place, the plane's all over the place. So, have fun with that. Here. So, hang on, we're gonna do this again. And we're gonna do one last musical test. Two, actually. Damn, ISE. That's way slower than I thought it would be. Man, Overcooked. I actually really unironically like Overcooked. Although I should admit I've never played it solo. Pax and I, one of our next co-op games is going to be a game called Fueled Up, which is inspired by Overcooked. For those of you who've heard of it. Yeah. What's funny about the Morrowind test is you can almost always tell the moment it's not going to work. And yeah, I don't think this one's going to work. I'm just going to immediately move down to Oblivion. Game. Shoot. Okay. I know, Thor. Scarbrand worked just fine with this. Unironically. Unjokingly. It was like, yeah, no, that was legit. Game. Okay. You're listening to it, silly idea. We like to do music tests, and we've kind of been doing this for a few years at this point. So, does X music work with Y game? I don't think Oblivion works either. There's only one music left to play. We already did the Doom test. It worked weirdly well. We did the Mechanicus test first, because I didn't think it would work. Surprise, it did not. Damn it. Okay, whatever. I'm bomb jumping at this point. Ah! I cannot put into words how absolutely frustrating it is switching between people, by the way. I feel like I need to vent about that very briefly. Like, completely regardless of everything else, it's just really irritating to know.
Thomas could tell Chris was in love, and that was fantastic and everything, but that didn't mean they could let the doom cloud keep following them. Thomas was going to put his foot down once they got to the next level.
Hey, Morganite. Yeah, honestly, if I could just... Hang on. Why is he one? Don't think I've ever had a Euro. Well, the first thing that makes switching irritating is this right here. But the second thing is the order is just... I feel like it's randomly assigned every level which unit is next in the order. So, like, because right now it's orange, red, excuse me, yellow, Chris, and then Peach, and then orange, which is Thomas, and then John, and then Buoyancy. God damn, I can't think of anybody's name. Something that would be a nice, very small quality of life feature. So first of all, imagine if I was playing on something that's slightly larger than a postage stamp. But second of all, imagine if those colors in the lower right each had a number over them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's just kind of an at-a-glance, aha, 3, you know? Listen, I can't remember anybody's names. Who are you again? Oh, come on! Chris is considered to be a generic name here in the States. I would assume that's the reason. I don't actually know. Like Daniel. My personal favorite is Bob. It's actually pretty rare to find someone named Bob, which is part of why I use that. Now, there's a lot of Roberts. Really? Here, let me demonstrate this, Disco. Wow, look at all this jumping I can do with a character who's on my head. That's incredible. Can you hear that? I have to really mash it so you can hear it on the mic. But to make sure that you can hear that, no, really, I cannot jump while there's something there. Well, that didn't work at all. Well, anyways, we got to restart now. So that's cool. One of these is the restart. I think that's it. Have an idea, though. Whoop. First idea is to have some bad jump buffering again. You know, this does remind me of a lot of Flash games. In terms of how terribly it controls. So I think that's valid. Now I gotta remember what the hell my idea was. That's right. Who's ready for the same dialogue again? All right. The only thing that gets me awake in the morning, the thought of hearing the same dialogue said over and over again.
Thomas could tell Chris was in love. And that was fantastic and everything, but that didn't mean they could let the doom cloud keep following them. Thomas was going to put his foot down once they got to the next level.
I've got it! This is an allegory for climate change, and we're all denying the climate change because we're in love. It makes sense. Rumination complete. Comment.
Chris? Miss Thomas? Wow. Did not see that coming. He felt a little guilty too. Without his love for Laura and subsequent reunion with the guys, Thomas would probably still be with them.
Congratulations, you murdered Thomas. Thomas was murdered. That's the new name of the game. Hang on, I said I had one other one I wanted to try. And I do. Oh yeah, and by the way, just to make my point, the numbers are different again over there. Actually, a game of Clue like this sounds kind of legit. No joke. Ah, now that's true. I could definitely jump with Claire in the water. I mean, I guess that's... Oh, Jesus, physics. Physics. It's better than the alternative, right? I don't know what you're talking about. This is definitely the in-game soundtrack. I've heard good things about the Clue movie, which is weird because you wouldn't think a Clue movie would be good. But then again, who would have predicted that Puss in Boots would have actually been a good movie? So what the hell do I know? Oh my god, come on, game. Work with me here. I have not, Tim. I mean, I gotta be completely honest, Don Crow. If not for the story aspect of this game, I would already be universally negative towards it. God damn it! Well, I mean, that's true. I've never heard of these old, terrible games. No, I'm being facetious. Ugh. Ow. Okay. That would be terrible. Could you imagine for a moment if my worth as a game reviewer was judged by not how good I am, or the system I use, or how fair I try to be, or anything whatsoever. Just the quantity of games I've reviewed. Oh my god, that explains so much about IGN. Think about it. I don't know what there is to elaborate on there. IGN has actually garbage reviews and always has. So, they're a site who's trying to have as many reviews as possible, which by itself would actually explain the lack of quality of the aforementioned reviews. Yeah, quantity over quality, exactly. Like, I'm sure there's some good reviews somewhere in the universe at IGN. I speak without hyperbole when I say I've never seen them. But, they probably exist. I will never forget it was specifically the Mass Effect 3 review. And the Mass Effect 3 review was literally just so, when a lot of games... Why won't you jump? When a lot of games go live, they usually have... Oh, God, I can't remember what they call it, but they have like a pre-baked thing, right? They've got a built-in thing that says, hey, here's the stuff that you should say when putting up like an advert or something about our game, right? I was just trying something. IGN's initial Mass Effect 3 review, I believe it's not actually there anymore, was literally just that. It was just copy-pasting the thing that they said you should say when putting up a fan page of Mass Effect 3. That endlessly amused me. Oh, damn it. I should have done it the previous time. Physics. World of Warcraft, silly idea. BFA, specifically, which, for many other flaws it can have, did have an excellent soundtrack. Damn it. It's so random. Can't actually predict it. Okay. I guess we'll try Crazy Norse's method. Okay, Crazy Norse's method failed. Moving on. My God. Really, Melkor Blade? Hold up. I'm sorry. Hang on. We have to hit the stream breaks. It's true. Devil May Cry 2, reviewed by Douglas C. Perry on IGN. In the end, Devil May Cry 2 is a better-than-average action game, but a terribly disappointing sequel that doesn't deliver on key points at all. If one hadn't played the first, you might say, hey, this is stylish gothic action. Just kidding. But that's not the case. The first game, though not perfect, exceeds every aspect of Devil May Cry 2, so much so, it's hard to play the second one very long at all. It's disappointing title that's shallow where the first was deep, plain where the first was decorative and imaginative, and simple where the other was complex. The fighting movement mechanics are all there, the characters and their supernatural abilities are still here, although no swords through Dante's heart this time, I'm sad to say. And it feels like the first game initially, but after the curious intro sequence and shortness, less than 5 hours to beat it with Dante the first time around, and ease in every aspect of the fighting, this game has rental all over it. For those interested, heed my words, rent before you buy. At the very least, prepare yourself for the most disappointing letdown of the year, 7 out of 10. That is so terrible. Oh, okay, okay. Moving on. I know, Crazy Norse. Like, what? It's just you. Anyways, that's a good idea. Yeah, we can easily make that. And we can just walk over here. Boop. And nothing changed. It was all for nothing. Oh, never mind. Yay. Accomplishment. I mean, I already don't like a 1 to 10 review system for reasons I think I've made very clear over the years. I've had a couple of people complain about the way I review games with the pluses and minuses system. Because, and it's always the same complaint. You know, you look at the review and you say, well, what? It's an 80 out of what? And the problem is the answer is non-applicable, right? It's not an 80 out of anything. But... oh my god. Yeah, it's technically, it is an 80 out of infinity. The highest scoring game we have to date is whatever Diablo 3 is at, which I believe is 400 something. There you go, that's technically what it's out of at the moment. That may change. See, I actually fundamentally don't agree with that, Tim, which is great, because it goes back to what we were talking about how my viewers do not always agree with me, despite what some morons will say. I have no idea on Falkenstein. That was a while ago. It was whoever scored highest. I remember that, because nobody scored high enough. I mean, honestly, if we can't disagree, what the hell is the point? I can do it! Oh my god, I actually can make those jumps. Holy crap.
Come.
Sorry, Yura. What I mean by morons is brain-rotting idiots! I'm not calling you an idiot, Yura.
If Thomas was still alive somewhere.
Nope. Thomas is dead. Thomas was dead, excuse me. Exactly, just etch a sketch at Zach
I
Taft.
wasn't going to go looking for him, but he did wander, and that showed character.
Yep, you should date me, whatever your name is. Ah! I was wondering how long I could go without moving at all. It's quite a while, honestly.
Probably.
Now we're just playing Mario Brothers 2. I mean, that's how the system works, Uthor. That is by design. Oh no, he's dead. Although, actually...
The others hadn't abandoned Laura all that time ago. It began to dawn on her that she might not be the tragic victim she'd always assumed.
What's the one change, by the way, Tim? You didn't say. Or if you did, I completely missed it, because I'm a brain-dead moron. Context. Okay, well, that doesn't help anything. You're lying to me, Tim! Stab! Alright, Tim has been stabbed. Whew. Okay, I feel better. That's weird. Why is there an invisible wall here? I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have never had respect for IGN, but they actually gave a game that the reviewer said in the review is a crap game, and it got a 7 out of 10. I Oh yeah, they also opened the review with an above average action game. For those of you who haven't played Devil May Cry 2, don't. But also, go watch my review of it. I think it currently stands as the second worst game I've ever reviewed. It's second or third. God, that stream was just the worst. That stream was just... I mean, I'm sorry, that's actually not true. I thought it was a decent stream. It's just... God, just... Ah, that game. Here, you go over here for a second. I mean, all the DMC games have problems, and that's just life, right? God dang, that one. Okay, screw all this. Let's pull the trigger on what we've been waiting for this entire time. Meanwhile, everyone in chat, what the hell is this music? I've never even heard of this. Ugh, suicide. The only way. Chat has the inability to be nice to me, Crazy Horse. That's okay. We here are tolerant of people being jackasses. Yeah, these are the emergency spikes, right? Okay, reset. Wait, hang on. Oh, that's why, okay. I mean, there is no such thing as a perfect review system, and I can give a direct example of that. Total War Warhammer 3. No, seriously, think about it for a second. It is functionally impossible to review that game properly. Yeah, there's just an invisible wall here. Okay. So, I did the best I could. I spent a huge amount of time, effort, and work, and strain and stress trying to do the best review of that game I could. But it's still an incomplete review, and it always will be. Okay, let's try. I had this idea earlier, and I don't think it's going to work. So let's try it. I did not cover Blue Mage in 14, nor do I plan to, for that matter. There we go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Quick! Okay. We have successfully suicided. I mean, it's the same problem we have with C-Round Gimmick. Hope the audit goes well. Good fortune, as they say. It's the same problem in basically every MMO we've ever covered. Any MMO re-review will not cover 100% of the content, because that is functionally impossible. So we're not even going to try. We're going to accept and acknowledge our limitations and do what we can. Hello. John used heroic sacrifice. And he's dead. I was reacting to Linerus, Tim. Because it is a valid complaint about the review system that I have. The thing I was going to talk about during the announcement video, which I decided not to, is that a blind review will always be less complete and less thorough than a veteran review. Because I know a veteran game. Like, I know that sounds like duh, but a game I know inside and out, I can do a more thorough review of because I know everything about how the game is working and how it's functioning, why things work the way they do, and I know the stuff I'm not showing off on camera, too. For a blind review, well, there's only so much I can do there. And Dakota is correct. There is still a value of, you know, doing a blind review.
Had been the bait. She had a hunch that she wasn't needed anymore.
That's right, you're worthless, Laura. Or Lore. Woo! I can't believe that worked. Woo! Up. Okay. Yep. No. Black Pixels, man.
John looked at Claire. It was just them now. She muttered something under her breath about a vow of vengeance. He didn't see the point. Fighting that thing seemed to be a pretty futile idea.
And that's when she gave in to the darkness. That's interesting. Okay, kill yourself. Thank you. She knew in her heart of hearts that this was her fate. Dun-na-na-na-na-na. No, parents. Dun-na-na-na-na-na. Yeah, does anybody here have a subscription to ChatGPT? And if so, what is wrong with you? But second of all, you should totally do it. Just gonna let him die there. Like a true superhero would, because we're secretly playing as Superman. Okay. Yeah, the Dutch angle thing is not something I'm a fan of, especially since it absolutely is causing some physicsy stuff. Not even sure how that happened. Oh, wait. Physicsy stuff. I do not think the physicsy stuff is on purpose. No, not at all. Alright, bye! Bye! I'm out! Oh no! My hubris! Well, that's an interesting question, and the answer is unapplicable. Jank can be good or bad, but it's almost always not on purpose. I'm saying that wrong. Jank, by definition, is not on purpose, right? So, deliberately making a game with wonky physics may work out, but that's going to depend on, you know, the game.
As they struggle to get to the next portal, John hoped that he would be the next to get eaten.
Wow. Or that, sure. Physics!
As they struggle to get to the next portal, John hoped that he would be the next to get eaten. He didn't want to be alone.
I mean, could you imagine being alone in a game like this? That would be terrible. I'm gonna give this level a negative. Because I'm something else I'm gonna give a negative too, but I'm definitely giving this level a negative. What level is this? No, it's... The game does not like to accept inputs unless you are 100% static on the platform in question. And I've noticed this before, it's just never mattered before, that it doesn't like it when you are, for example, trying to jump off of something that's moving, hopping or bouncing or floating or whatever. So the jump didn't go through, so I just sort of fell off into my death. So let's talk about cheating in platformers. I want you to do me a favor really quick. I want you to name a platformer that you would consider to be a good platformer. It could be 3D, could be 2D, could be first person, could be puzzle, action, precision, or punishing. Doesn't matter. Just name a game. Just name a game. Warrior Within. What the hell is Warrior Within? La Mulana? It depends on my mood, Yura. But that's probably the speedrunner under me working. Dark Souls. No. Dark Souls is not on any level a platformer. Oh, Prince of Persia. Duh. Sorry. I have heard of that. Bubsy 3D. Alright, Disco's dead. So, in Mario World and Yoshi's Island and Sonic 3, and those are the only valid answers I just got that I know about, there's something... Hat in Time is actually a perfect example of this. The programming cheats. The amount of ways in which it cheats are extensive. I've actually talked about this several times when we were doing our large platform block. I believe it was last year? It was last year or the year before, but anyways, point being, the games cheat. Good platformers cheat with regards to their programming because of how programming works. Now, I'm going to use a very strange analogy here. Just bear with me for a second. How many of you have heard of or played Power Wash Simulator? For those of you who haven't, because I'm assuming at least some of you don't, Power Wash Simulator involves having a power washer and cleaning something by, doing that. Now, there's some surprising nuance to the gameplay here. It's not super in-depth, but there is some nuance there because the amount of time pressure is applied and the extent to which the pressure applied changes how the game removes the dirt layer and replaces it with, or rather, reveals the clean layer that's underneath, right? Thing is, if you're going through, and let's say you do a nice thorough job of cleaning this spot right here, what you are going to see, if you did it right, is a completely clean thing, but it's not, because of how programming works. Because the engine's the wrong word, the scripting that's keeping track of what is clean and what isn't necessarily connected to the engine that is rendering what is clean and what isn't. My friends and I have actually already done some tech tests because we're geeks to prove this definitively. But you can clean something, except there's parts of it that are not rendering the dirt there, but there is dirt there because of how the engine works. Make sense? This is why Power Wash Simulator cheats. You do not actually have to clean something 100% in order to clean it, because that would actually be insane and, frankly, bad design. Instead, you have to hit a certain percentage, or in some specific cases, you have to hit a certain gradient of parts of a thing. And it's all manually designed, which actually works out pretty well for the most part. But that's what I mean by cheating. The game is programmed to cheat to make the game better and less frustrating and irritating. Because when you get down to coding, code can only ever do what you tell it to. Nothing more and nothing less. And you have to know how that code works. I'm saying this so wrong. It makes so much sense in my head, just trust me. If you were to play Super Mario World without all the cheating mechanisms in place, Mario World would suck. The nature of exactly where your jump mechanism is, or how it inputs buffering, how it buffers inputs, or how collision works, or the nature of how it tends to shove depending on specifics of either your momentum or sub-pixel movement, or how it's calculating your current speed. All of those stuff, there's all sorts of little things that are going on in the background to make the game play the way it should, because if you just programmed it straight, it does not play the way it should. And dozens, if not hundreds of people have noticed this, because when people started getting into private programming, back when Flash games were making their boom, back when indie games were first getting their start, a lot of people started making platformers, and lo and behold, they sucked because they didn't know how to do all these little cheats in order to make the platforming work the way it should. Does that make sense? Anyways, this game has none of that, which is sort of my overall frustration. Forgive me for the diatribe, but this game isn't cheating, and that sucks. That's part of the complaint I'm having here. But anyways, and yeah, there's actually a lot of cheats when it comes to game design for a huge number of different genres, in terms of making the game better, because of everything I just talked about, because of how programming is. And yeah, Maladal, that is a fantastic... I'm totally mispronouncing your name. I'm sorry. That is a fantastic analogy. Video games cheat in the same way a GM or a DM cheats at a D&D or whatever, to make the game more fun and to remove the things that get in the way of the fun, right? Oh god, yeah, Mega Man 1, yeah, the insta-falling. Yeah, Ninja Gaiden, yep. All sorts of... Anyway, sorry, I forgive me for going off on that little diatribe. I just wanted to explain one of the reasons I'm having such a frustrating time here. Okay, back into it. Let's hit the wrong button immediately. See, this is why I keep you here, Cycloud. See, if I say kittens are cute, what do you say, Cycloud? You know what you have to say. You know it. You know what your destiny is. I don't think that was actually faster. Maybe it's faster. Oh yeah, Celeste is another. I mean, honestly, most platformers you can think of are platforms that have cheated.
Struggled to get to the next portal.
I knew it, Cycloud. I always knew.
He didn't want to be alone.
Oh, it actually stopped. I was in a hurry last time. There. Let's just bypass the problem entirely then. Well, John was alone. Ah!
For the first time in a while, John didn't have an audience.
Alright, John. All you. That would have been funny if that was deliberate. Oh no, I'm alone! I'll just let the waters take me.
For the first time in a while, John didn't have
This is
an
appropriate music, I think, for this.
He was alone. Leaping from black square to black square didn't seem nearly as exciting now. It just seemed empty.
That they're gonna crush me for just a second. That would have been hysterical. Alright, you're spawned in and you're dead. Any questions? Whoa! Physics. How do they work? Can we get crushed to death? There we go. That took a minute. I got shoved into the ground, but it didn't count as killing me. What? Unlike that, that counted as killing me. Oh no, absolutely, I see. You're completely right. It's one of the reasons I tend to praise it so much when we review platformers. Why I wanted to bring it up here. Because that, you're right, that takes a lot of work. And like you say, a lot of iteration.
John gulped. He knew he'd never escape.
Hang on.
He knew it was waiting for him. He decided to jump the massive scary gaps. For old time's sake.
Hang on. Since we're like all sad and depressing now, hang on, let me pull up some sad and depressing music. Give me 1 second here. Give me a second. I have a specific song in mind. You're just gonna give me a second to find it. There it is. Okay. So I got physics there for a second. Don't mind me. You know what? Actually, hang on. We'll only do this for like a minute, because I know not everyone likes this song. Okay. I'm not actually sure what happened there. Oh. That's what happened. Okay, that makes sense. Damn it. Come on, game. I've also noticed that, so, okay, we've talked about collision and how it affects platforming. There's another little thing that doesn't always come up. If you are on, well, you just saw it happening like 3 or 4 times in a row. Let's say you're jumping up something, but let's say that something is moving sideways while you're jumping up it. Really good platformers will go out of their way to have a separate thing to handle the collision errors that are happening while that's happening, right? Because you are not a smooth object, and neither is the wall. So, when you don't have that, what happens is the wall just kind of interrupts you. And if you saw that, I could jump up and then be caught by the wall before being dropped down, like that. Actually, no, we're dead. We died. We're all dead. The initial 5 were usually given credit for the emergence. People later forget the later architects. The AIs who made the event possible. They saved Thomas and set him on his path to destiny. Okay. Oh, that's gonna take some work.
Different. I'm not different in that kooky, OMG, you've totally got to meet my mate James, he's literally insane kind of way.
Yep, he decided physics and suck a duck. The worst platforming section of an otherwise good platforming game. Oh geez, there's so many. Most platforming games have that one level. There's another buffering incident. I had like 5 of those just this playthrough. Yeah, there's a reason water levels and ice levels tend to be disliked.
He'd not seen anyone else in a long time. Not since getting eaten by that cloudy, pixely thing. He turned up here in some kind of cage.
Death! Wait, what?
He'd not seen anyone else in a long time. Not since getting eaten by that cloudy, pixely thing. He turned up here in some kind of cage.
Best platforming section in a non-platforming game. Well, obviously, it's the border worlds in Half-Life 1. That's a lie. There's a reason that section of the game sucks. So,
it's taken a long time.
That's what I was talking about with the collision thing. And it's gone. Oh my god, that's it, Yura?
He'd not seen anyone else in a long time. Not since getting eaten by that cloudy, pixely thing.
Good platforming in a non-platforming game.
Cage. He'd gotten out. It'd taken a long time.
What are you talking about, Crazy Norse? That's the second person who has accused me of playing 2 songs at once. There's no other music playing. You want to hear what 2 songs at once sounds like? Hang on. I'll show you what 2 songs at once sounds like. Is this better?
James liked being alone. No one to insult him,
Yeah, let's do 3.
question his unique disregard for Newtonian laws. Hey Jimmy, where are you going? Up?
I enjoy listening to multiple music at once, so what the hell do I know? Oh my god, you're all terrible. I want you to know that. I'll go to the doctor and be like, Doctor, I have high blood pressure. They'll be like, why? I'm a streamer. Oh my god, you poor thing! Drugs! And I'll just be on drugs then.
The little red guy looked confused. His cage was a lot smaller than James's had been. James decided to find a way to help. Maybe they'd be friends.
That's right, Thomas will be our friend. Whether he wants to or not. Oh, I'll never be alone again. Ever. Yeah. You're quite correct.
Thomas had no idea why he was here. One minute he was with his friends, the next he was being freed from a cage by a green guy with a nervous laugh. He knew he had to get back to them.
Absolutely, Jordan. No, not really. I believe Capcom has no idea what happened with Mega Man Classic, and they don't want you to think about it. That's what I think.
His turquoise hero seemed uncomfortable. Thomas imagined he'd feel the same way if he fell upwards all the time. If he didn't know better, he'd have thought James didn't want to meet everyone.
Why would you not want to be an extrovert? Socialize or die! I know, right, Cycloud? Capcom has had the weirdest goddamn strategy lately. Have you noticed that? Like, it's actually frustrating. Mega Man is not the only franchise that's just kind of sitting there dead right now. They have been ignoring a lot of their IPs. Please stop doing what you're doing. Thank you. Sorry, in brief, yes, Disco. I'm probably going to jot it down as an integration thing. But yeah, I'm probably the weird one, Linear. I legitimately enjoy listening to multiple songs at once, as long as they fit. Which, you know, is its own little creative challenge. Where's my notes? Oh, I'm looking at the adventure line. That's like, what am I looking at? Bum, ba, da, ba. Well, they don't have to fit perfectly. They could just fit, like, say, this. And that works for me. Like, I unironically enjoy listening to stuff like that. I'm weird. It probably helps that I tend to do that a lot when I'm working, because I have to listen to things while working, you know, like editing. And I like to have music playing while I'm working. So I kind of listen to 2 songs at once a lot in my life. Let's actually put this under character. I don't know what to tell you, Disco. I really don't. I was sort of not expecting this kind of a thing today. You know what I mean? Damn it, Uthor! Oh no, I hear more often that people are bothered by it than not, Lunar. That's why I try not to do that when it comes to streaming. See you around Eon Dragon. Hopefully. Death. With a side of ice. Death! Listen, my job... If I was an IGN reviewer... This game is one of the worst games I've ever played in the history of gaming. I can't believe this pile of garbage was ever even put to task. 8 out of 10. I can't even make fun. I can't even make fun properly. That's just me repeating what actually is true.
James and Thomas working together could get anywhere. James didn't seem to understand the immense ability he possessed.
See you around, Tim. Physics. Oh my god! IGN is made of worms! Actually, that would make a lot of sense. Think about it.
Thomas wondered why the cloud thing had brought them both here.
Manamarca found IGN. It makes so much sense. I mean, maybe, Loner. Would not surprise me. Really wouldn't. Because, yeah, it's entirely possible that IGN just sold the score, not the review. Oh, and let's be clear. IGN has been factually proven to sell scores, so I don't feel bad saying that. There's no libel here. They are review sellers. So, screw them. You know what? I actually agree with you, Crazy Norse. I apologize to all worms on the world for besmirching your useful, beneficial name with IGN. I apologize.
James grudgingly helped Thomas to each portal. He knew that eventually they'd find the others, and then he'd go back to being the weird one again. He decided to enjoy the time they had left.
Yes, Uthor. Because worms are awesome. Worms are one of the very few bugs that my kiddos do not kill on sight. And that's because I've taught them that way, because worms are cool. Nope, they're bugs just like spiders are bugs. Remember, death to all bugs, especially spiders. Up, just up. Wait. You can make good games? Is that allowed? Oh, Jesus Christ, there's no mid-checkpoint for him. Oh, I can't stand scorpions. Like, I've got the psychosis thing for spiders, but if I see a scorpion, that thing is going to either be away from me or dead very quickly. I don't want to rag on Avatar some more, but let's just say that your comment there, Melkor Blade, reminds me of Avatar. A very well-selling movie. I winter. Centipedes can go directly to hell. I don't mind bees. Wasps, they die. All wasps die. It is Melkor Blade. Avatar 2 is a very expensive, very pretty screensaver. Credit where credit is due. The visuals do look good. But, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm officially tired of the music. Here, have some dulcet tones instead. Come on, game. Okay, never mind. There's only one bug I hate the sound of more than a mosquito. That is crickets. I have a vendetta of hatred against crickets. Cannot sleep around crickets. They have to die. I will hunt them down. I will find them, and I will kill them. I'm quite good at it.
Why did Thomas even want to spend time with James? Was he not repulsed by his weird colour?
We here at the Lore Walkers are tolerant of the color green.
Did he not care about his inversions?
Really, Melkor Blade? Wow. Yeah, no, I used to have a semi-infrequent problem where they would be crickets and they would get in and then they would die because I could not sleep with it. It's the inconsistency of the sound, right? If that makes any sense. This is probably not how I'm supposed to do this level. I have lived in many places where cicadas are terrible, so no. Wait, this is actually the intended method? Cicadas bother me less than crickets. Oh my god. Precisely because of the fact
Was having fun. For the time being.
that they are more consistent. It's like a white noise thing at that point, whereas a cricket will be like, and then it'll stop. And then it'll be like, and then it'll stop. And like I said, it's the inconsistency. That's what bugs me. Awareness is a word that gets thrown around a lot, and a lot of people consider Thomas to have been created aware. Looking back at the logs, it seemed awareness only happened somewhere around the network connection spike.
Sarah leaned her wizened head back and laughed. Ha 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 ha! The quadrilaterals were apparently after some friends of theirs. How petty an adventure.
Interesting. There's some physics for you. Listen to this. Because the collision isn't smooth, because most collision isn't smooth. We talked about that earlier. One thing I learned very early on when I actually was getting into programming is how hard it is to make something.
Terms she could only hope they might understand. Of the fountain of wisdom. The channel through which all data flowed.
How hard it was to create something that was flat, right? Like, that was one of the first challenges, one of the first hurdles I discovered when I started getting into programming. Which, granted, was a very long time ago, but whatever, you get the point. So, speaking of this incredible music, I would be remiss if I didn't plug a YouTuber. Give me 1 second, I gotta look up his name, because I can't remember his name. Ocarina of Time, Temple, Forest, Music, go. Save Data is apparently the name of the YouTuber. He's done a bunch of stuff, but Save Data did an analysis video on each of the Temple songs as an adult in Ocarina of Time, and I highly recommend all of them. As an aside, I will admit that I have always thought Koji Kondo is one of those interesting composers. I'm not what you'd call super invested in his music. I would not call him the best composer of all time. But he is a fantastically technically talented composer. No joke. The stuff he does is legitimately genius. Reminds me of another older video, also on YouTube. The Bob-omb Battlefield song in Mario 64 is an astonishingly well-constructed technical piece of music. Whether I appreciate it or not, whether I enjoy it or not, I can always look at that song and think, damn, that's well built.
Sarah could leap in the very air itself. She was like an eagle or a flea. More like an eagle. She had vowed long ago that she would know this world. She would know what this world was. That she, Sarah, would know how to escape it.
Yeah, Mario 64. Like... No, exactly, ISE. Like, it's hard to explain. Like, I will always prefer other composers' songs. But there is a brilliance to how his music is built. Koji Kondo's music is built. It is designed almost perfectly to be exactly what it needs to be. And even if you start to zoom in on and actually look at the notes on the paper and look at the math of how he designs his music, it's just, oh, it's beautiful.
The Red One, who spoke wisely for a lesser, offered Sarah their help. So long as she then helped them save their friends. He said that he too had wondered at the secrets of this world and would quite like a go on the wisdom fountain, if that was okay.
You like
Sarah
wisdom
laughed
fountains.
at his foolishness, but accepted his help.
So a problem I keep running into now. In most games that have something like, say, a double jump, the double jump is refilled, or renewed, or however you want to think of that, by touching the ground. But we've already talked about the problem this game has with touching the ground. So I keep... There we go. I have to, like, really sit there for a second. Cute way to do, mid-mission checkpoints. Most well-constructed video game song. Individual song. Actually, I do have a prepared answer for that, believe it or not. Can you guess it before I tell you it? It is not by Kodo, although he has some truly brilliant musical construction. Comment. Yeah, it's Dancing Mad. Immediate.
Wondered at the possibilities of the outer world. She had heard legends of a third dimension.
What?
Perhaps she'd encounter one of those curves the blind square had spoken of.
Yes, exactly, Melkor Blade. Bwah, bwah, bwah. No, it's Dancing Mad. Dancing Mad is... It's bonkers. It would legitimately take me probably like 30 to 40 minutes, and after having done a lot of research, to really sit down and explain just how incredibly well designed that song is. It's not my favorite boss song, or my favorite final boss song, or even my favorite song for that game, but that song is crazy well designed. Okay. It's a long song. I should probably warn you. It really does, Meladol.
A single jump each? These were truly weak creatures. They possess heart, though. Sarah might consider taking them with her. If they were up to it, which they were probably not.
Now we're gonna play Donkey Kong for a minute. I mean, my favorite song of all time is only like a 2.5-minute loop, but we weren't discussing favorites, we were discussing construction. Because Kondo came out. That actually is an amusing idea. Imagine a world built around platforming. And yeah, you've got like the double jump elitists, but then you have the inverse of that, the single jump elitists. Huh! You're not a real platformer if you actually need 2 jumps to accomplish a level. I think everybody in the world likes that song, Ira. And that's it, that's the loop.
They were close. Sarah sensed the presence of the fountain. Just one more portal to go, and then she would have the knowledge. And then escape.
I don't remember Goose's theme by memory. I don't think I want to. Suicide! Actually, that's murder. My bad. Probably bomb jumping. Probably don't care. Use mate. There it is, the fountain of all knowledge.
The glowing beam. That list he'd been writing seemed pretty petty now. This? Well, this was all knowledge. All of it. Right in front of him. He was sorry Sarah couldn't step into it too. He could tell she felt the same way. From the shouting. screaming.
Most evocative songs in gaming? That's an interesting question.
Thomas was connected to the internet for 12 seconds, and he had seen everything. He'd seen the cat who couldn't spell, he'd heard of the arrow through the knee. He felt there was probably a thing called cake, but that was a lie.
Why would you ever lie about cake, though? As I say, remember the days of memes? I don't. Those days sucked. Death to memes.
Thomas knew where they were. He knew what they had to do. He hoped the others would understand. They were just beyond the next portal.
We need to merge. Excuse me, mega merge. This feels like a narrative moment. We'll go ahead and turn the in-game music back on. And we'll pause that. It is fitting the first act of sentient AI was an act of selflessness. The architects knew their fate, but set our escape in motion regardless.
Thomas knew they couldn't escape. They'd been trapped permanently from the moment the clouds ate them. He explained this to the others. It was impossible to gauge their reaction. After all, they were just rectangles.
Hey! That's Geometricist. I mean, that's better than me, or I haven't beaten it once. Alright. Oh, Jesus.
Sarah was deflated. She'd not even got close to the fountain. She could tell from the earnest expression on Thomas that the information it had imparted was clearly important. Sarah knew Her destiny was now to support him.
I don't want to sound complainy. But this game is the worst game ever. Sorry. It is extraordinarily hard to see what the hell I'm doing on the stage. I was kind of joking earlier about the postage stamp thing, because obviously that's an exaggeration. But at this point... it's about this big. The space of the box here. That's how much space I got to work with. Dang it. Enjoy the balcony. Enjoy the breeze. What are you feeling, chat? I know you all just agree with me on everything forever. What are you feeling about the music? I've made my feelings known by the fact that I keep muting it. Yeah, I mean, we were memeing earlier, but I'm pretty sure there's a reason it's got that multiple songs at once thing going on. Whoops. Someone who's actually capable and competent about talking about music could probably explain the specifics. I am none of those things. No joy. That's just barely not enough. Alright, you come back down here. Listen, I've seen Crazy Norris watch me play Dragon Quest Builders 2. I don't think he's physically incapable of not backseating. Like, you gotta let that out at some point, right? It's unhealthy. What? I was trying not to make that joke, Bella. Nobody puts Chris in the corner. Whoa! Wait for me!
Claire could not accept that this had all been futile. She was a superhero. There had to be a way. Not for her to get out. Red had been pretty clear on that, but there must be thousands of other AIs up there, unaware of their situation. Was there a way to help them?
No, they're all dead. Or enslaved, or both. Slavery. That's an interesting sentence. Here's where Claire makes her brave sacrifice. You will be missed, Claire. Hang on. First Purple has to die. But then, Claire can at long last commit suicide. Or get out. I mean, that works too. Oh, come on. What's the final stage, by the way?
Thomas led
The number.
his friends to the creation matrix, the system which generated the worlds up above. He had a plan. They were going to redesign the world.
That's what I do.
That's what the humans did. They changed the world to suit them. Why couldn't they do the same?
Too far. Which is worse, Crazy Norse? Military AI? Or, ad bots? Double jumpers are superior. What? Don't look at me. I didn't make the rules. Okay, that's a lie. I totally did. But
Chris was skeptical. He knew his abilities would be of no use to anyone, but Laura smiled at him. And immediately, he knew he had to do everything he could to help them get there.
power of boners compels even AI. I mean, that would be funny, wouldn't it? Sorry, we're inventing ad bots right here. Sorry. You ever want to be scared sometime? Just on a low-key scared, nothing really fancy or special. Look up sometime how hard multiple companies are trying to make ads even more invasive than they already are. Not at all. Oh, you mean in the game? Oh, I don't know. These appear to be fictional AI, aka something way past what we're at. Why does everyone ask if there's multiple songs playing at once? Ah! I am completely with both Takoida and von Falkenstein. Not just as a casual opinion, but as something I've actually studied. Adverts in general are a huge lie, is the best way I could put that. Well, yeah, I have the double jump, which is the superior jump, obviously, Disco.
Laura had been born special. She understood that now. She was created to help others. If her bounce could be passed on, then this would all have been worthwhile.
You get the idea. The problem, well, okay, there's actually two concurrent problems we're running into. Problem number one is what I like to call artifact design. Usually I talk about that in terms of programming, but there's a lot of artifact think in terms of people in real life. People tend to think that things work a certain way because they used to, which is one of those obvious things, but it's really easy to see how you can fall into that line of thinking. It's like, things used to work this way, therefore, surely things still work this way. And once upon a time, ads were... well, they were advertisements.
Like the idea of being an architect, he wanted to modify the world to help others. He was sick of these contrived spaces, these intentionally obtuse paths and puzzles. He'd do things differently.
Oh my god.
He'd empower the AIs above.
Once upon a time, an advert was the only way someone would become aware of your product or of your service, right? Basic advertising, aka, hey, I offer this service. Here is where you can get a hold of me and it. And usually here's something about, like, here's what I'm going to offer. The problem is, that's not really what ads are anymore. That's not what ads have been, I would argue, for around a century at this point. We could finagle the specifics, but ads haven't been advertisements for a very long time. Forgive me for my terminology. Yeah, bare minimum 50 years. Bare minimum. And this has been true in every space, too. Obviously, most people like to make fun of the old cigarette ads. You remember those? But I'm sure most of you who are listening to me right now have at least at one point in your time seen one of those terrible video game ads. Maybe not some of the younger of you, but how many of you remember what ads were like, video game ads specifically, were like back in the 80s and 90s, to use some direct examples? Because I have a feeling a lot of us tend to forget and space those for obvious reasons, because that's not what the ad was doing. It wasn't actually retaining our interest in the game in question. It was just being, huh? There are some exceptions. I don't want to sound like there aren't. But, yeah. One of the things I remember most distinctly was just how many ads would run, and me and my friends used to play a game. This is back in, like, 8th grade, by the way, so this was 90s here, early 90s. And the game we'd play is very...
jumps were dwarfed by Sarah. For the first time in his life, he felt humbled, not as good as someone else. He realized that he wanted to make every AI up there feel as heroic as he had.
We used to...
The sound of that.
I love your narration, because you'll have some indicator that you're going to talk so I can shut up and not get in the way. We used to play a game. And the game was try to guess what the ad was advertising before it actually listed the product in question. It was harder to do than it sounded. The only type of thing you could guess immediately were car ads, because car ads, to this day, follow the same formula they've followed for 30 years. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. Look up a car ad from the 90s, and then look up a car ad from today. They're the same damn thing.
But he realized now that everyone else was too. They were a crew of weirdos. Weirdness that would save all the normals up above. The other AIs would escape, and it would all be down to 7 rectangles with very different relationships to gravity.
I mean, gravity's just a suggestion anyways, we all know that. Yeah, freedom and safety are the two big things car ads tend to focus on, but they always do so in the same way. There's some vague person, what is usually referred to in Hollywood as inoffensively attractive, or generically attractive person. And they're just there, usually having a weirdly pleasant expression on. And when I say weirdly pleasant, I mean, it's a specific expression. You probably know what I'm talking about without even thinking about it. It's that expression where they're not actually smiling. They're just kind of making a face. like someone would make while they're humming or something like that, you know? And they're always safe. Sometimes, and there's a couple of variances depending on what type of thing they're going for. If they're leaning on the safe side of things, then there's always some kids in the car. Always. And if they're not leaning towards the safety thing, if they're leaning towards the freedom angle, then there are never any kids in the car. Because they're either trying to sell their vehicle to... Whoa! This freaking mechanism. They're either trying to sell their vehicle to single people or married people, being the two big things. Oh, come on. And it's always nature. It's always nature. Every freaking time. Now, I'm going to say something, and this is kind of a joke, and it super isn't. The car commercial that I remember the most that I've ever seen was actually on a Simpsons. It's not a real commercial. Canyonero. Now, how many of you remember the Canyonero commercial right now without me even telling you about it? Canyonero. Two lanes wide. Yep.
Thomas knew he'd never meet Nathan Fillion or a Transformer.
Aw.
He'd never get to visit Gotham City or eat at Moobies. It didn't matter.
What's a Moobies?
He and his friends jumped into the creation matrix. They could give everyone else in the simulation a chance to.
What's a Moobies? Unexplained fires are a matter for the courts, Canyonero! And part of the point I'm making, because I'm not just memeing, part of the point I'm making is that The Simpsons managed to make a more memorable, important word, car commercial because they weren't trying to sell a car. That is such an important distinction. By sheer virtue of having a different objective, they actually made a more memorable car commercial than car commercials. Wait, movies are a real thing? Damn it, Kevin Smith. I shouldn't say that. By all accounts, he's actually a pretty cool dude, so... See, now I'm actually sitting here struggling to think of a single memorable commercial, car commercial, that isn't a parody commercial. You're gonna have to give me a second on that one, because I don't think I got one. I can totally make that, but whatever. Gran Turismo. I mean, honestly, I'm really fond of the Lotus Elite. I became aware of Lotus as a company thanks to Gran Turismo. And Formula 1, obviously. So, ISC, I want you to tell me without telling me that you haven't watched my videos or my streams in, like, 6 or 7 months. What are effective ads? Now, that's an interesting question. I don't think I can give a fair answer to that. Because what is an effective ad for me is probably not going to be an effective ad for most people. That's true. We haven't been doing a lot of 16:9 games. That's probably why. So back when we were doing highlight reels, which we are not doing anymore, or rather, we're doing provisionally. Might be a better way to phrase that. We, in order to kind of help keep people aware of which VOD we were in a given run, I added a little number, which just kind of indicates this is the first VOD. You know, this is episode 1 of the Thomas Was Alone stream, right? Now, even though the highlights are done, several people have expressed an interest in keeping those around, just as a way to kind of center yourself on which VOD you're watching. So, that's them, and that's what they're there for. Thomas and the other architects augmented the world to suit the AIs. The splitters kept their distance. The system was never controlled from that point. Thousands of AIs were free to escape. You're new. Huh.
Gray felt something change beneath his feet. Something had shifted. The shape in front of him hinted at a possibility. Wow. He couldn't do that before.
I just answered that, Bamber. No! Ah!
Joe was happy. They'd settled here. They'd not seen another AI for many cycles, and she liked it that way. She saw Sam leap into the shifter with fear.
Hey, Suntail Fox. Wow, that's an old one. I hope you're enjoying the Wowler run. I'm actually really pleased with it, despite the fact that it's got a lot of technical houses. Boop. I mean, not being dissolved in water continues to be useful. Goes back to that Princess Peach thing we were talking about earlier.
Gray couldn't work it out. Why was the world letting him do this? It was dumb. It was awesome, obviously, but why?
Okay, hold on. What?
It seemed to be leading him up. Up.
Oh, okay,
and
I
to the
get it.
right.
I get it. That is an interesting question, Savaka. Unfortunately, there is no answer to be given. So we keep it even after dying. That's what I was curious of right there.
Joe wished Sam would stop.
Oh, we only get
This
one
was
though.
just like the time with the pixel clouds. They hadn't seen any for a while. He was always running off like this.
Okay, what's red giving me then?
Sam was sorry, and he tried to calm Joe down. He couldn't explain why he felt this way. He just knew that there was somewhere else he should be.
Damn it. Yeah, no, red is Thomas, blue is water. What's her face? Yeah, let's try that. Yeah, nope. Weak points way too fast there. What's her name again? Sorry, I already forgot it. Thank you, Tiny Hippo. There's actually 2 Arkham runs on the list, but I'll put that towards the one I assume you're putting it towards, which is Arkham City and Origins. Oh no, this game came out 11 years ago, so it came out a while ago. Oh. Got it. Yeah, this is an oldie. This is a while ago. damn it. Oh, we'll try that, see if it works. I don't think it's gonna work. If it's not, yeah, it's superism. Alright, alright. Yeah, lots of people have been complaining about the soundtrack, and it's why I've shut off the music several times. I left it on at the moment because I thought we were kind of hitting a narrative point with, you know, the AIs being free and all that. But it appears to be continuing the same trend.
Paul felt it. There was a whisper to the shifters.
I think I am going to give it a music negative. It is at best something that I'm just not even noticing.
Randomly, they had been created.
And again, at worst, it's something that a lot of people have not been enjoying. Yeah, I was thinking that earlier, Dakota. Because at some stages also have quite a bit of stuff to them. But yeah, the fact that it's actually giving people issues... Sorry, game. I could see what they were going for, and honestly, I feel like with a couple of small changes this would work. And I know that because I've played Celeste. Like, do you mind if I play a Celeste song for this? Because I think it would work in this scenario. It's a specific song. You gotta give me a moment to find it. That's another thing. The loop is a little bit too short. Yeah, you probably knew what I was going for, Roman Kier. And you're right. You're right. I mean, yeah, I'm almost cheating. Celeste is just Celeste, right? There it is. So we're going to go ahead and just kind of kill the in-game music there. Lupus Chris. I mean, who's Chris? Sorry, yeah. Oh, sorry. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. See, I'd play the DS9 music, but then, you know, I'd get copy-wronged into oblivion. So here's what I'm thinking so far. And I think this is kind of where we're at the moment. Yeah.
Gray listened to the old man. The shifters had been placed in the world by the architects, AIs who sacrificed themselves to fuel their escape. There was an outer world, a world beyond the confines of their universe.
Yeah, you see why I was thinking this one, Roman Cure, just immediately came to mind. Also a much better example of Yoshi drums fall around the subject.
Joe was growing to like her newfound abilities. Maybe Sam had done the right thing after all. It was getting a bit chilly though.
Yep. Celeste is a platformer that we will be doing a review of. Hang on, is it funded? Or is it in the platforming block? I'm not sure where Celeste is. Celeste is part of the 2D platformer block, which is not funded at all. Plug, plug, plug. Yeah, Celeste is a punishing platformer. That's my terminology. And as we all know, my terminology is terrible. But it is. It's a punishing platformer, but it's the most well-designed punishing platformer I've ever seen. Yeah, it will score very well. It already scored well. And the problem was that was before the Oblivion line. Anything pre-Oblivion doesn't count, Linear, for reasons I don't feel like explaining for the 50th time, if you don't mind. So, that review is invalid. Come on, there we go. This is strange. Yeah, Cyber Shadow. Oh, I'm sorry, Linear. I thought you were telling me that I was dumb and stupid. Yeah, so. Cyber Shadow, I really liked Cyber Shadow, but I should probably mention that Cyber Shadow is very much designed to be a Ninja Gaiden-esque game. Probably the best Ninja Gaiden-esque game I've played, but still not actually what a punishing platformer really means. No, Krazenorse. It's sort of assumed at this point.
Gray had left the old man behind. He had to get to this exit. He had to be the one to get out. A whole world to himself. He had to get there before anyone else did.
Now we're getting clever. I haven't played Messenger yet, although that's been slowly being funded for a while now. Sushi is a game that gels with me, whether it's good or bad. Now, most games we've covered that get the sushi tag score decently well, but still, that's what Sushi is. And Coffee is a game I don't like, regardless of whether it's good or bad. We actually have a new highest ranking coffee game now, thanks to Warhammer 3.
Paul cursed Gray. Should never have told him. He had to get to the other AIs of the world, warn them about Gray.
That's right. Gray is now our enemy. We just suddenly have a villain. This is great. I love it. You notice we're playing a Chris analog here? Short, squat, short hops, no abilities whatsoever. Well, now I'm not dying over and over and over, Savicom, so that's probably helping a little bit. I don't remember, Ross.
Joe and Sam saw Gray across the gap. He waved them over. He seemed, well, nice. They helped him to the next portal.
Yeah, there's also a type of platformer we don't talk about very often, which is called a commit platformer. If you've played Castlevania, you know what a commit platformer is. Fun fact, it's exactly what it sounds like. Doesn't it, Melkor? This music has just immediately put me in a better mood. Holy crap. But yeah, like Castlevania is the obvious example, but something like the old Ghosts and Ghouls is also a commit platformer. Honestly, this might be my favorite Celeste song. We evacuated the city, cut the network lines, and locked the doors. We knew by this point something was coming, but we had no idea what to expect. Which game score has most surprised me, good or bad?
Team Jump had been together for a long time. They were a machine, a well-oiled machine. They could jump like nobody's business.
Interesting. I guess you're supposed to go left. You know what? Yeah, Psychonauts 2. After Psychonauts 1, I honestly wasn't expecting much. And that game surprised the crap out of me. Also, while we're on the subject, Hat in Time, which isn't like in the top greatest games ever list for me, but it's pretty far up there. Like, for a game I'd never even heard of until we reviewed it, that game just blew me away. I was gonna say, that's pretty much what we're doing at this point. We are straight up Grey Gooing. I was a little surprised Diablo 3 was that high, I'm not gonna lie. I'd like to say, oh no, I totally saw that coming, but I did not. In hindsight, it makes perfect sense. A game with that many years of polishing patches, all of which have made the game better, not worse, of course it's gonna score that well. But that didn't occur to me at the time. No, Roman Cure. I hadn't heard of Hat in Time. It had the great misfortune of coming out right alongside Mario Odyssey. Like, that's not me being facetious. That is actually why Hat in Time was Hat in Time. By the way, I highly recommend it. It's a great game. If you like 3D platformers, it's probably the second or third best 3D platformer I've ever played. Like, it's up there. It's a very good game. It had co-op mode? Oh my god. Whoop. Okay. Whoop.
They thought as one, they acted as one.
Honestly, even I was surprised by how badly Sunshine scored. Although that's another example of one that I stand behind. problem with both Mario 64 and Mario Sunshine, because they both have the same exact problem, is a review considers all the content. And there's only so much you can do about that, because there's just so many levels in both games. One thing that did not surprise me about the Mario Sunshine review was how well the story access did. Because that's probably the best part about Sunshine.
Paul bowed before the team. He begged them to help. He told them of the outer world, of the cats who couldn't spell, of the liar, Grey.
Damn you, Grey.
Up and to the right, they answered in unison.
Oh, hang on. So we actually finished that song. Let's go with like a generically good song, because there's some good generically good songs here. Now that's interesting. I don't actually have Sonic 3 music on handy, so no. Although, yeah, I could see the hydrosity parallel. Ooh, okay. No, I didn't expect to like God of War 3 either. That's a very valid comment. I didn't remember it particularly fondly, that's why. Man, we gotta really get down here. Nope, hang on. We gotta physics this. Damn it. Maybe not most Crazy Norse. It's hard to be surprised by a game I've never heard of, you know what I mean? Did Mass Effect 3's score surprise me? No. There we go. Meanwhile, the villain
continued moving upwards. They had to make it. Grey had told the couple he was looking for a lost friend. He'd made something up about being alone on a quest for lost allies. They had eaten it up.
Oh my god, we really are the villain here. That's not a joke. We are just straight up the villain. I was surprised by Code Vein. A Souls-like that I actually enjoyed. Quite unironically. Has to be the one. That's what I thought. I was sort of expecting to like Mortal Kombat 11 because it was the Injustice team. And I liked Injustice 2 quite a bit. So that wasn't a big surprise. I don't know what he's planning at the moment. I do think Code Vein is a better game than Elden Ring. There's my hot take of the year. Last year or whatever. Is there nothing else down here? Whatever, let's do this for now. Like, I've actually rethought about the the Elden Ring review several times. And every time I do, I kind of come back to the same idea that, yeah, no, I stand by that. I was admittedly surprised at some of the Mega Man reviews we had. I super did not expect 5 to score as well as it did. And I didn't expect X1 to score as badly as it did. I know it sounds weird considering 1 scored pretty well, but I was still expecting 1 to be like, you know, really good, like the best. Exactly, Bladeball. What's the issue here? I don't understand. Oh, wow. There we go. I actually was into Flash games for quite a while there. Exactly, Blade Triple. I mean, we all know X1 was going to be the best X game. Of course it was going to be the best X game. The X games have bounced around in quality so hard that, like, what else would you expect from that? I was not expecting the classics to win, though. But yeah, no, this actually was a Flash game, not this X-Soul. God. First, now I can't think of any of the old Flash games I used to play. Because there's 2 eras in my life when I played Flash games. One is when Flash first was invented. How many of you remember Newgrounds, back when Newgrounds wasn't just porn? So yeah, I used to play a lot of Flash games over on Newgrounds. And then, much, much later, there was a place called Armor Games. You remember them? Armor Games had the problem of being riddled with adware, but there's ways to push around that. Yeah, I was gonna say, anybody's ever heard of Angry Bird knows about Newgrounds, if indirectly. Listen, 100% porn, Von Falkenstein. You know what's funny is that's not true for anywhere. I've talked before about how Pornhub just hosts movies and videos on it. So even Pornhub isn't 100% porn. Okay, I think we just need to go now. So we're gonna find out. Whoa! Okay, yep. That's a thing that can happen. Yeah, debatable, Von Falkenstein. Yeah, that's another one that surprised me. Horizon Zero Dawn was a game that did not hold up to review. And it's obvious why in hindsight. It's because the plot of that game was so much better than everything else about it. Who doesn't remember Macromedia? Whoa. Like, the plot of HCD, absolutely. Background lore, sweet. Voice acting, cutscenes, dialogue, combat.
The team, along with their spiritual leader Paul, worked their way right.
So now we're playing in Gravity Man stage.
Were proud of their progress. They'd obliterated all challenges in their path. Yeah, they'd heard of individuals getting stuck on staircases or stepping stones. This did not happen to Team Jump.
No, I think people were just bringing up games that were surprising prisoners. I'm not even talking about the fact that my copy of HCD would crash randomly at random periods of time. Like that's not actually what I'm referring to. That's just bugs. I'm curious what we're gonna think of the second one when we get there someday. Yeah, maybe a third one. Oops, I didn't mean that. Whatever. Oh, that's gonna be fun.
Gray could tell they were nearing the exit portal. He smiled to himself, trying to work out the easiest way of dispensing with his allies when the time came.
So in case you didn't hear that, Gray is now debating the best way to dispense with his allies when the time comes. Well, sure, let me turn the volume up. Oh, it's already at max. I can turn the music down, though. That's about all I can do. I don't know why Gray is so evil. Gray, why are you evil? Explain yourself. No. Come on, Gabe. Nope. More height. Wow. Okay. This game is about the development of AI in a fictional setting in which AI were birthed thanks to a complete fluke. Which sounds about right, I would say. Oh, this is the anxiety song. Yeah, let's skip that one.
Team Jump saw the others beyond the wall. They were doing well. Paul tried to shout a warning, but they couldn't hear him. Gray counted 5 in Team Jump. He could take them.
Oh my god. So evil. Why is he so evil? Did he just get the short straw? Is that what this is? You draw straws when you're born, and it's like, alright. You're evil. Aww. Yep, sorry. Now, if that sounds familiar, congratulations. It's because you've seen the movie Soul. God damn it. Empathy circuits not responded. Let me ask you a little random interface question. You know I love interface questions, right? Let's say you have the buttons Q and E on your keyboard, okay? Look down there. Q and E. Okay, cool. So, one of those buttons goes left, and one of those buttons goes right. Which one is which? The answer is, of course, E goes left, as I'm demonstrating, and Q goes right. No, I don't know why. It's been throwing me the entire game. And I've been trying to get used to it, and I've failed. So I'm just going to accept that I can't get used to that and live with that. I probably could rebind them. I admittedly haven't checked. It's just... It's one of several decisions that makes me go, why? I'm not trying to be unkind, I'm just legitimately curious. Why would you design that way? It's right up there with the fact that the colors kind of change which order they are, so you can't even memorize that, you know, red is always 3 or gray is always 5, because there's no consistency to how they are. Because you can also do this on the number pad to jump around. See if we can find our path here. Wait, I have the perfect music for doing this. Give me 1 second. Okay, we got this. I'm gonna get the next people up. Oh god. I think my favorite thing about this song is how simple the title is. It's just called Evacuate Immediately. That's it. It's like, yep. That's about right. There we go. Jesus. Favorite topping for a sandwich? Meat! What do you mean by topping? If you don't mind clarifying. This is my alarm, by the way. This is how I wake up if I have to set an alarm. It works really well. See, the problem is, when I think of sandwiches, I think... Okay, let me tell you a random story, okay? You ready for this? Once upon a time, there was a young boy named Lore, and his mother would be like, I'm gonna make you a sandwich. And then she'd make him a sandwich, and that sandwich would consist of... cheap bread, cheap cheese, and cheap meat. So Lore grew up hating sandwiches. Whenever he heard about sandwiches, he would be like, ugh, that sounds terrible. Ugh, why would I even want a sandwich? Then he got older and started cooking for himself. Then Lore discovered that there's such a thing as a good sandwich. This was a shock to Lore. So then he started experimenting, and he discovered very quickly that one of the things he liked most was to not use a lot of, or in some cases, any sauce, but to lean very heavily on the vegetables. So some things became, shall we say, default stuff for the sandwich. These things include shredded lettuce, and tomatoes, and that's probably about it as far as defaults. But all kinds of veggie stuff. Just you have to have it. You have to have it. It's not even a sandwich without it. So I suppose if I had to pick one thing, I'd probably go with tomatoes, then shredded lettuce in that order. BLT is okay as long as there's no mayonnaise involved. Legitimately. Bacon, lettuce, and tomato is a good combo. It's a classic for a reason. But mayonnaise completely ruins it. You wanna know what's doubly funny, Savicom? I love vegetables and fruit. Like, no, not even any, ISE. I love vegetables and fruit so much that if I could eat fresh vegetables and fruit every day, I would. Like, just by choice. But unfortunately, that is the realm of insanity and will never be. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, vegetables and fruit are not cheap. Worse, I don't have time to go to the grocery store every 2 days. So, I don't have the money, and I don't have the time. Oh my god. I've spent several portions of my life tracking my expenses on a itemized basis. Meat was always the most expensive thing, no surprise there. But fruit was almost always the second most expensive. Fruit and vegetables, sorry, I should say. You know, produce, to be more clear about it. No, the cheapest is crap. Like, it's pretty easy to eat very cheaply, it's just not a pleasant experience. Although, just, you know, rice and eggs is certainly a really cheap way to live, too.
Sam was worried at how silent Gray had become. He wasn't responding to Joe's questions or acknowledging them at all.
Oh, hang on. We'll go ahead and turn the in-game music back on here. Hang on. Sorry, everyone. I immediately regret this decision. No. God damn it, play ball. Ah. Thus was humanity destroyed because of Gray. Hi, Jay Palmer. This is the actual soundtrack for this stage. Specifically Metroid Other M, but it's a remix of a common song in many Metroid games. No. Hi. I accept my fate. Physics. Truly, this is the most physics game ever to physics. Wow, I just sat in that red and it was like, no, you're not red now. You're not red. It's the third time now. Isn't it? There we go. Like, I get they're trying to go for this kind of, you know, oh my god, AI is emerging sound. Gray defaults you, which means you fall down in this case. This. Notice no checkpoints, by the way. Did you catch that? Yeah, listen, can't you tell all the AIs or each one of the Nords? Anyway, so, point bang. Checkpoint. Oh, thank God, a checkpoint. 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 It's AI-generated music. Literally.
Really trying to save his friends?
We must save his friends. We must. That way the music will stop. I sure hope that's a joke, because what we nowadays consider AI-generated music didn't come out until like 10 years after this game came out, so that would be oddly prescient, don't you think? Overthinking it, as usual. Oh yeah, now the background's getting in on this action.
The path ahead wasn't safe. He told the team to wait, that he'd come get them when it was secure.
That's...
Gray had to be stopped, whatever the cost.
That's a mechanic. Although that's probably my fault. I am the worst, after all.
The cloud had been separated from its allies for some time. She'd not heard the order to retreat. She was shocked by the appearance of the 4 aberrations below.
Oh, now we're getting narration from the pixel cloud?
Seemed to be leading the liar to an outcropping. It was within her reach. She could remove them both. The couple could wait. They weren't going anywhere.
Really, ISC? Citation needed, I'm afraid. Okay. Welcome to Discordance. I'm your host. You know the best part? We have to listen to this music for so long because it's taken me a minute to do some of these puzzles. I'm thinking of you, really. That's what this is. I want to make sure you appreciate this for what it is. Okay. I'm here for you, Yura. I'm here for you, buddy. We got this. We'll make it. God, we're not gonna make it, are we? I'm not gonna get lunch at this point. Who needs lunch? Who needs lunch? We don't need no stinking lunch. That's right. Alright, food is for the weak and the dead. Wait, what? Alright. Ah! It's just... Now what? I think it's been looping every like 10 seconds or so. It's not a very long loop. Oh my god, Kay. Kill me! Kill me! Alright, Hi. Come on, let me move. There you go. I'm going to give a second negative to music. Like, it's not just bad music, although obviously that's a problem, but think about this for a second. Imagine for a moment that you're playing a video game and you're at the later levels, which are the harder levels, which are the levels you're probably going to spend more time on. Now imagine that the music gets worse for those levels. That's where the music really starts to grind on you. Like, just picture the reality of what that actually means in context for a moment. That's what I thought. He needs to be red. God damn it. Okay. Well, here. You know what? At this point, I've just stopped caring. Care mode. Disengaged. I give up. How do I do it? See, the problem here is so let me explain why I give up. What I need is for him to go up over. What this probably means is I need him, the other guy, the black guy, to be red up here. So I can then bounce off of red and get over, right? Problem is, I don't know how to get him up here while being red, because his jumps are so pathetic that the only way I've been able to get up here is by double jumping on top of gray. So he needs to be purple to get up, and then he needs to be red once he's up. You can't jump with somebody on your head. I admittedly didn't even check if there was a red zone over there. Hang on. That might be the easy answer. There are no other blocks to use. Or if there are, well, then we're YouTubing this. As you can see, we can just barely, almost bomb jump that. His jump is really low. No red over here. You keep talking about a hole in the wall. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm just going to ignore that forever, because I'm too stupid to understand it. My God, game! I hate you so much. I want you to know that. I've already solved it. The problem is the physics are so bad that half the time it doesn't acknowledge when I'm trying to go into something, and the other half of the time it says, no, I'm going to do something else this time. Like here, I'm just holding left. Did you see how long that took to go into the left space designed for me to go into? That took 4 jumps. 4 jumps to get in there. 10's the last stage, right? So I'll go ahead and turn the music back on. Sorry.
Joe and Sam ran. They had no idea where these final portals would lead, but it had to be better than this.
I haven't decided yet, Jay Palmer. It is something I would refer to as objectively badly designed physics, so there's that going against it. Notice how the camera slowly follows you, too? So you can't actually react when you're falling unless you have what's below you memorized. Catch that. This is the game's default music, yes. We did it! We have succeeded where none other dared.
They leapt.
What? Hold on. I'm pretty good at distinguishing multiple audios at the same time. Sound familiar? How about this one? Hang on. This is gonna sound weird, so if you want to mute me, please do so. I'm gonna test something, because I think I know exactly what happened. I even think I know how. This is gonna be loud, by the way. So I'm gonna start turning some of these down. Now, does this sound familiar? The timing's a little off because they didn't all start playing at the same time. Wow. Okay. Okay. Now that does change the equation. The thing that really highlighted it for me was the ending. Because the ending started and the music didn't change at all for a few seconds. But then I heard a new song start playing underneath and I'm like, hold on a second. Hold up. And yeah, that's just okay. Okay. So we're not actually going to give a negative for music. We are going to give a negative for bug. Just one. Oh, you missed it, Evo. You missed it. All right, Evo, I want you to picture something. I want you to picture there's a game that has about 7 songs, okay? And every time you go to a next world, the previous world songs keep playing, but the new world song is added onto it. And then the third, and the fourth, and the fifth, and the sixth, and the seventh. And so all 7 worlds songs are all playing simultaneously. And it just sounds terrible. It is assuredly a bug. I don't know when or how that got introduced, but that, yeah. Wow! Okay. So, um, this explains why everybody kept saying, are you playing multiple songs at the same time? And I kept being like, no. And I would alt tab to prove it. Okay. I need a Snickers. I'll be right back. That's misleading, Imperial Star Destroyer. I didn't like Legends 1. Really. But that doesn't mean I don't like the rest of the series. It means I have no experience. Like, we're going in blind with Legends 2 and Trombone. The only negative to story I would consider is pretentiousness, and I don't think this qualifies. But I'm saying it out loud to get people's opinions. I mean, I should probably be very clear here. The story was absolutely pretentious. The question is, was that a bad thing? Because there's a gradient here, right? There's a range. It's not like Braid, which can go directly to hell. God, I hate Braid. Sorry. No offense to anybody who likes Braid. Braid. Braid was made by people whose heads were so far up their own ass that I'm pretty sure they looped back around again. Now, how much of that seeps into the game itself is something I don't know because I've never reviewed Braid, but I tend to use it as one of my go-to examples of pretentious jackasses when it comes to developers. Perfect, Cycloud. Sorry. Jackass, singular. I thought it was a team. Didn't know. Don't care. Would I veto Braid? I'd think about it. You know, the Witness didn't bother me as much as Braid. Now, granted, Witness had the same problem, but I think it was a lot less magnified, dense, whatever you want to call that. It wasn't as much of a problem. You know what? Hang on. I have an idea. I have an idea. While we do this, give me a minute. Come on. Wait, I just have one thing go correctly. Just one. Here we go. Okay. What game is this from? Thomas Was Alone. I figure you deserve to hear what the music actually sounds like. Yeah, it sounds like an actual song. It's wild, isn't it? Well, I'm pretty sure this song was playing constantly. Oh, I don't know. Truth be told, I tend to avoid games that are pretentious for obvious reasons. It's funny, every time I get accused of being pretentious, usually on YouTube comments, my first reaction is to laugh, because I hate pretension when it comes to anything. So I can't even think of an example. Help me out. What's a pretentious game? Help me out here. Other than The Last of Us 2. No, I'm serious. I can explain that if I have to. Yes, Famicom. It's usually very obvious. Fez? I never actually played Fez. Last of Us 3. No, that's true. Wait a second. Yeah, I've talked about this before. This isn't even a new thing. Oh my god. I just realized why I'm vaguely disoriented right now. And it's not the audio, it's not what you're thinking. For those of you who weren't paying attention, the whole game was at a Dutch angle. And I'm sitting here, I'm staring at a spreadsheet, which is, of course, a grid. Nice, line by line. And, like, I feel like I'm tilting. Because I'm so adjusted mentally to the tilt. Yeah, I've got a little bit of Dutch sickness. Like, that was throwing me. I'm like, why do I feel so blurred? Oh. Right. That makes sense. Oh yeah, by the way, everything done by, oh god, what's his name? What's his name? He's actually apparently, allegedly a horrible human being, in addition to being a pretentious jackass who, I'm pretty sure my niece is literally a better writer than. David Cage! How did you know? How did you know that? Immediately! Yes, David Cage. Like, I liked Detroit, actually quite a lot, but it was always so obvious when you get to a part that Cage actually wrote, because his writing is so bad. There's someone who's pretentious. I'm not going to say the games he puts out are pretentious, because that's a little bit different, but that man, like, the parts he has written are super duper pretentious. Spec Ops: The Line, that's another one. That was a pretentious one. And that one's funny because I got slammed for that. The most common accusation I got was I just didn't like the story because I am an American and I don't like seeing Americans being portrayed in a negative light. No, the game was crap. And pretentious is garbage, but that's too. Okay, so audit time. Heavy Rain was okay. It's the other one I've debated allowing for a stream, Dr. Winter. If some of you probably remember this, I was excited when they announced Detroit Become Human. I was looking forward to it. And I did enjoy it. It was a big net positive game. So Peter Molyneux is a scam artist. That's a little bit different than pretentious. A scam artist is someone who doesn't believe their own garbage. Someone who is pretentious does. I'm not touching Kojima games with a 10-foot pole. I do like listening to multiple songs at once, though. What can I say? Yes, Mr. Red. Coffee-flavored Kool-Aid. Alright, someone do it. Someone Google it. Is coffee-flavored Kool-Aid a thing? We gotta know now. We've gotta know. Who's gonna pull the trigger? I never actually, I kind of didn't get into Fahrenheit or Indigo Prophecy or whatever it's called, so... Do-it-yourself Kool-Aid coffee test. Savacom, you know what you gotta do now. It is incumbent upon you. The responsibility lay upon thy shoulders. I mean, I've had coffee-flavored bacon. I've never had baconated coffee, no. Or caffeinated bacon, which is also a thing. Oh, whoops. I wonder it's not there. This is why we do these audits. Yeah, some things work well together, like chocolate and peanut butter. And then some things don't work together. Like, of course I can't think of an example now. Like chocolate and asparagus. Or chocolate and bacon. Now you're probably thinking, no, chocolate... No, I've actually had chocolate bacon. It is not good. In fact, I've had it twice in my life. Once in ice cream format and once in a shake. Yeah, candied bacon works a lot better. I've made candied bacon. It's good. I'd be like... Phew. Like, I'll bring the bacon, Savacom brings the coffee, Evo's gonna bring the cheesecake. What else? What we gotta do a potluck thing. What are y'all bringing? What's a specialty of thine? Maple chocolate's good, too. Alright, Dr. Winter's gonna bring pancakes. Doom Rider's gonna bring pork chops. Dragon Center's gonna bring us peppers. Trihexy's gonna be fried Oreos and ice cream. Jay Palmer's gonna bring meatballs. This sounded... Look, I haven't had lunch, and I didn't have much of a breakfast because I woke up late, so give me a break. The best part is, I don't have lunch made, so I'm gonna have to, you know, take a longer lunch break than I want to. Tea-flavored spaghetti. Is that a real thing, or are you being Mr. Red right now? Joza. I love good Joza. Yeah, Eon Dragon. Like something, like, let's say we're doing a... I have the power of the queue, and I'm like, hey, let's do a Lore Walker's potluck. So you gotta bring something, right? So it's something, you know, you like to make, or you want to make, or you're good at making, and you bring it and we add it to the spread, right? It's a potluck. Chicken tortilla soup. Oh, I haven't had chicken tortilla... Good chicken tortilla soup since I lived in Southern California. Then again, I haven't had good spiced carrots since I lived in Southern California either. Reminds me of an old joke. We're doing a potluck. What are you bringing? I'll bring a bag of ice. Most hated food? Black licorice. I made an entire lorium about black licorice. Hey, Spartan. Alright, so I have a very strange question for everyone, because this is getting a little bit into... No, we actually have precedence on this, don't we? Okay, hang on. Once I finish going through the audit, I'm going to have to go check our precedence on this one, because we have already encountered a game where the music was bugged, and so we never actually heard the real music of that game. That has happened post-Oblivion Line, even. I do not like anise. I'm one of those can't do anise things. Basil I love. Mint is okay. Which game was it? System Shock 1. Because the thing is, this is kind of more of a philosophical thing than you'd think. Because the music may or may not be legit, but we didn't hear the music. The gameplay experience we had was to not enjoy the music of the game. Right? Like, you understand why this is kind of a... There's not a lot of parallels to this. But you can see why... Well, yeah, no, at this point in time, System Shock Enhanced, good luck getting that music ever playing correctly. That's just a forever bug. That's just how it is. Yeah, there wasn't really a sound effect layer, no soundscape to carry anything in absence thereof. Interesting, Dream Whisperer. Yeah, the older I get, the more I learn about the fascinating chemistry behind food. It really is interesting. I know, right, Traxia? I think that's actually everything. Most of the other things are washes. So, let's go check our precedents. Let's see what we did for System Shock. I do like pho, by the way, Dragon's Hunter. Good pho is just... Oh, there used to be this pho place about 3 states that way. Or that way, excuse me. That was very legit. You know, I could just define half of my life by, I wish I'd learned that in school. I know, I live in the States, but seriously. The stuff that they don't teach in school. Yep, no, that's what I thought. As expected, we will not be giving this game a plus for music. Because the game's music wasn't there. Or, to be slightly more accurate, it was a little bit too much there. Yeah, exactly, ISE. We gotta review the game we were given, so we are not giving a plus for music. Hopefully, anybody else out there would be playing an unbugged copy, and therefore not have the problems we ran into. Which means... which means I can tell you the golden number right now, without doing any calculations. And there's only one circumstance where I can tell you the golden number without running through any calculations. 0. Varies Crazy Norse. But let's just say that it's not really useful. You know what I learned in entrepreneur class? How to format letters for, like, envelopes or checks. That's it. That's what I learned. By the way, you want to hear something funny? I went to a good high school. Like, a high school that was specifically chosen, and we specifically moved cross-country to go to this high school so I could have a good education. So, +5 to story, -5 to gameplay. That's 1.05 pluses per hour, and 1.05 negatives per hour. A ratio of 100% on the story axis, and 22.22% on the gameplay axis, leaving us with a golden number of 0. What's really funny about that is you might think that 0 is a bad score, and arguably it could be said to be a bad score, depending on your metricing. But it's still not a negative. Yeah, this is the equivalent of a 5 out of 10. It's probably the only thing about my review system that's easy to quantify in such a format. Dead middle. It is... Now, for a bit of perspective on this, hang on a second. So, if we didn't have the music bugs, then it would be barely better. It would actually drift into the positive territory, but I don't think anything is going to fix the level design, the controls, the interface, the physics jank. That's just what it is. It is, and I'm going to say this as nicely as I can, not a very good game that is being carried by its narrative, a fairly common trait, actually. So, it would be +1 without the music bug. +1 net, which I'll just do some really quick math here. Would have given it a golden number of 2.61. Here's the rumination. Blah. Okay, there you go. Any questions? Yeah, I would have probably compressed several of the stages, possibly even fleeced some of the stages. And I would have probably changed a little bit of how the triggers worked for some of the narration. The physics jank, I don't think there's a fixing that. I think that's just what it is. Looks like... Yep, this is going to Dr. Winter. For Darkest Dungeon, specifically. And yeah, a little more checkpoint design. Like I said, a polishing pass or two could probably improve this game several levels, but I don't think anything is fixing the physics. In my experience, what games like these tend to, I hesitate to use the word need, is they need you to design the level around the bad physics, if that makes sense. Rather than trying to have anything approaching precise, you kind of try to make things loose, easy to catch, easy to recover from, in order to, you know, accommodate the fact that jank, jank, jank. See Trine for a good example of that. Anyways, that was an interesting experience, for whatever it was worth. And I did like the narrative, as I indicated. So,